Chapter 321. Phoenix City's #2 high school entered the top 20 with a perfect record and an undisputed first place. Red name, first place. Li Changjiang was excited when he saw this. Zhang Zhangbin and Sun Fenghe were also here. They were just as concerned about this as Li Changjiang was. After all, this was the most recent thing that their teacher was concerned about. Seeing this, tears welled up in the eyes of the two of them. Their eyes were moist. "Teacher, you should have seen this before leaving. Did you hear that?" Your students, after winning, roared towards the sky on stage. Phoenix City's second high school. You should have heard it, right? Zhang Zhangbin and Sun Fenghe couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down their cheeks. She thought about how one of the lifelong wishes of that respectable and amiable old woman was about to be fulfilled in a few days. There was less than a month left before she passed away, but she was destined to never see it again. She was filled with hatred in the underworld. How could she not be sorrowful? The three men hid in the principal's office. They locked the door and watched the live broadcast. Their eyes were filled with tears as they hugged their heads and cried. After a long time, Li Changjiang calmed down. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Stop crying. Stop crying." He kicked Zhang Zhangbin and Sun Fenghe and said angrily, "Why are you crying? Is this the time to cry? You're only in the top 20. Don't you think it's too early to cry? Even if you want to cry, wait until you get first place." Zhang Zhangbin was still sobbing. He was stunned when he heard this. Sun Fenghe was also stunned. He wiped his eyes and sat up straight. The two quickly sat upright on the sofa. They picked up a cup of tea and drank to cover up their embarrassment. However, the two felt that they were deceiving themselves and were embarrassed. How shameful! How shameful! "You dare to hit me? You're going against the heavens. I'll cry if I want to. What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Zhangbin was embarrassed. He said, "Do you think I'm crying because of the tournament? That's not a big deal. Even if I get first place, I won't cry." Sun Fenghe said, "You're right. With Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation and strength, it's natural for them to win first place. What's there to cry about? Li Changjiang is really ignorant and has dragged us down for no reason." Zhang Zhangbin agreed repeatedly. That's right, isn't it? Li Changjiang. Sun Fenghe then threatened, "Headmaster Li, you should pay more attention to what you say in the future. Don't make a mistake, and let me have the chance to remove you from your position as headmaster." "You know what I mean," Zhang Zhangbin said. "Actually, there's no need to remove him from his post even if he made a mistake. I can just arrest him and send him in. There's a lot of good food for him." As he spoke, he glared at Li Changjiang. "You know what I mean." Li Changjiang was speechless. Just now, the two of them were crying so hard that they were about to faint. All I did was give them a few words of advice. Why are they coming at me together? Don't cry if you want to. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes and continued watching the live broadcast. Zhang Zhangbin and Sun Fenghe pretended to fiddle with their phones, but at some point, they turned their heads back and focused on watching the live broadcast. In the afternoon, the top 20 candidates had been decided one after another. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had been idling around. After all, before the top 20 were decided, they had nothing to do. Since there was nothing to do, the 6 of them went back to their rooms to meditate. Zhou Xiaoduo rejected him in every way possible, but to no avail. Li Chenglong shamelessly stuck to Zhou Xiaoduo to practice martial arts. Zhou Xiaoduo was at his wit's end. Thus, Li Chenglong once again enjoyed the most passionate physical contact that he hadn't had in a long time. On the other hand, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai fell into an unprecedented state of being badly battered. A large group of teachers from different high martial arts schools came over and surrounded the two of them tightly, leaving no room for escape. Building relationships, building friendships, saying nice things. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had never been treated with such high standards in their lives. They were surrounded and flattered by a group of people whose status and cultivation were far higher than them. "Teacher Hu, these few students of yours are really good. How old are they? Can you tell us a little about their family background? How long have these few students broken through to the innate stage? They should be going to high martial arts schools soon, right? These few students should have suppressed their realms before they broke through to the innate stage, right? How many times did they suppress their realms? Can you tell us? Just an approximate number is fine. These few students haven't decided which high martial arts school they want to go to, right? Why don't you consider us? We are brothers with second high school. We are old friends. Everyone knows the situation in our high school. The best choice is for the sake of those children. Teacher Hu, I'm from Shangjing. I heard that teacher Lu Chuanchuan's family is from Phoenix City. Do you know him? Da. Hu Ruoyun felt that her head had swelled by more than 10 times in just a moment. This wasn't a few, nor was it a few dozens. It was hundreds of people talking at once. But she didn't dare to offend any of them. I've just broken through to the innate stage. I've always been a teacher in the martial disciple class. I really don't know much about this group of children. Hu Ruoyun frowned and pointed at Luo Lai. But teacher Luo is their current form teacher. As the saying goes, don't let your friend die. It was a textbook example of diverting trouble. Form teacher. Everyone immediately rushed over to Luo Lai. Teacher Luo, these few students are all from your class? You're a great talent. Ah, Teacher Luo, nice to meet you. Teacher Luo is really a talented person. He's brimming with talent and beyond all expectations. Teacher Luo, can you introduce these few children? These teachers of high martial arts schools were all the best of the best. Each and every one of them had extremely sharp eyes. Although Li Qinglong and the others had only fought once, in the eyes of these people, even if they couldn't see through them completely, at least they could see their unlimited potential and unlimited future. Of course, they had their flaws, but their potential was unusually huge. Their future was even more impressive. In a battle of the same age in the same realm, all of them defeated their opponents in one move. They swept away everyone. This was an existence that completely crushed those in the same realm. How could they not be tempted? They believed that as long as there was a suitable teacher to guide them, they would be able to stand on their own in no time. In the future, their names would shake the world. Even their names would go down in history. It would be reasonable for them to become legends. And as long as this student's name shook the world, the first to receive rewards would naturally be the school that this student came from. And for a teacher to have such a student in his life, it would be enough to comfort him for the rest of his life, and he would have no regrets. Right now, there were a total of 6 students of the same level here. Moreover, if they didn't fight for this kind of student, if other schools were to rope them in, there was a high possibility that they would suppress their own school in some future occasions. If a leader really dug up old scores and found someone to take the blame, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Teacher Luo, please introduce them. All the high martial arts teachers begged at the same time, saying the request that everyone had been yearning for the most. That's good too. Luo Lai didn't have any intention of taking them. Instead, he intended to explain the details of these 6 children to the various high martial arts schools. After all, choosing a relatively reliable school for these 6 children and building up their reputation in advance was one of the purposes of his visit this time. For the sake of the children, it was necessary to hand over the children he raised to others. But it still depended on whether the person who entrusted the children to him could be at ease. Since everyone came with the intention, I won't hide anything. Through the previous few matches, everyone already has a certain understanding of the other 5 children from our schools. Then, I'll first introduce the 6th person that you haven't met yet. It's that handsome and tall boy. He's about 1.9 meters tall. This boy is their captain, Zhuo Duo. This child has a lot of ideas, but he's the most upright person. Luo Lai said, this child's organizational skills are extremely strong. He's always been kind to others. He's upright and outspoken. He won't be swayed by external factors and is extremely persistent. His relationship with his classmates can be said to be excellent. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. After listening to this introduction, all the teachers had a good impression of this Xiao Duo who had yet to appear. A leader who could make so many geniuses accept him wholeheartedly. This child must be extraordinary. At the side, Hu Ruoyun almost laughed out loud. She tried hard to control her expression so that she wouldn't lose control. Everything else was fine. Only the last 2 sentences. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. Although these two sentences were true, the main point was that they fight together every day. However, there's no grudge, only closeness. What's his cultivation level like? A teacher asked. It was still a question that everyone was eager to know. He's the captain, Luo Lai said reservedly, the captain that everyone expects. His words immediately made everyone understand what was going on. Their expectations of Zhou Xiaoduo immediately became even hotter. Vice Captain Li Qinglong. He's the one who fought this morning. Luo Lai said, this student Li Qinglong, other than his own cultivation level and strength, he also has an encyclopedic memory. He has an eidetic memory. He's smart and resourceful. He's the successor of Phoenix City's ancient martial arts Li family. Encyclopedic memory? Eidetic memory? Hearing this evaluation, the eyes of a few of the teachers lit up. Wan Lixiu, the only girl in this small team. She's smart and far-sighted. She's beautiful and intelligent. Her aptitude is also good. She's hardworking and doesn't have the slightest bit of a girl's squeamishness. You have to know that her father is the governor of Phoenix City, Lord Wan Pingyuan. For such a family to have such a character, it's really commendable. Yes, girls should avoid being coquettish and lazy. They shouldn't be down to earth. Being evaluated as hardworking was already a great compliment. It was really commendable and hard to come by. The student who fought in the second round is called Long Yuxing. He's hardworking and smart. His personality is good and his aptitude is good. He's from the ancient martial arts Long family. The reason why I mentioned him first is because he and Wan Lixiu are a couple. They're engaged. Luo Lai continued to introduce. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Does this mean that if you get one, you get two? This is really worth it. Chapter 322. The first student to fight is called Yu Moyan. Yu Moyan had it the hardest. His family was poor, and the reason why he was able to reach his current cultivation base was all because of his own hard work. Luo Lai sighed and said, so, I hope that no matter which school accepts Yu Moyan, please take good care of him. He will not disappoint. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Jade's son High Marshal will waive all fees and high scholarships. Give them to Yu Moyan. I'll find a rich teacher for him. Give him money every day. When he grows up, he'll have a wife, a cultivation partner. If there's no other way, I'll give him my daughter. I'll do what I say. The one who spoke was Luo Yanling. She was small and had arrived a little late. Facing these tall and strong male teachers, and under the premise that everyone's cultivation base was about the same, she couldn't squeeze in. She could only jump high outside. Now that she heard that Yu Moyan, who she was most interested in, had such a poor family background, she immediately shouted and wrote a large check. But this check was not an empty one. It was real and not fake. And the dozens of teachers who squeezed in front were all twitching their mouths. These conditions, they really couldn't beat them. The ones in front were all fine. But things like having a wife or a cultivation partner, they really didn't dare to do it. The last one, Li Changming, is that kid who always looks like he can't wake up. Luo Lai's face was full of smiles. Jade's son High Marshal was also a famous school. Giving such generous conditions was enough to show their sincerity. Li Changming is also a direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family. He cultivates his family's dream divine technique. I won't say anything else, but I'll say one thing. This kid has great potential and can't be compared to ordinary people. At this moment, one of the teachers asked, Teacher Luo, each of your students is not bad. If I may be so bold as to ask, based on the strength of these students, they must have suppressed their realms before breaking through, right? Can I ask how many times they suppressed their cultivation base? Luo Lai laughed. This, I really can't say. Sorry. Understood. All the teachers nodded their heads repeatedly. They looked at Luo Lai with even more respect. Suppressing the number of breakthroughs in one's cultivation could be said to be a student's biggest secret. This kind of secret could only be found out by the student's homeroom teacher or the student's direct master after entering the higher martial arts level. It could be said to be absolutely private. For Luo Lai to be able to keep such a secret for his students, such a teacher was worthy of respect. By the way, This was Xiao Duo. Is he known as the Iron Fist Prince? A teacher asked abruptly. This teacher was really well informed. The nickname Iron Fist Young Master seemed to have only appeared once, but now he was asked about it. The corner of Luo Lai's mouth twitched. He braced himself and said, "Although this nickname is a little silly, it is still true to its name. You must know that the attack power of his fists is extremely high. None of the students in the same batch can go against him. The reason why they dared to take a punch from him is probably because of this. Those guys gave him such a nickname. Why did they call him by it here?" He sighed. "To be honest, I'm really speechless about this. This nickname is really too simple and crude." After this explanation, all the teachers present laughed at the same time. Indeed, this nickname was too simple and crude. It directly announced what he was best at. "It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal." The teachers all had benevolent and kind smiles on their faces. Many of them had already started to plans with Xiaoduo's future path in their hearts. A few of them sneered in their hearts. Was it really not good to have such a nickname? Was it really too simple and crude? Hee, that would depend on how you teach him. If it were me, I would definitely make this nickname the best protection. A few of the teachers understood the situation and then left. They sent the information back to the headquarters. Definitely a genius. No matter if it's someone who has already appeared or not, they are all great geniuses. I recommend the highest enrollment authority. As for Xiaoduo's group of 6, there were many people who did not make a move at all. For example, Martial Hidden Dragon of the Central Plains, Martial High Cloud of Shangjing, and Martial Ancestor Dragon of Shangjing. The top 3 martial artists in the Star Soul realm did not make a move. After all, these 3 high schools had never lacked genius students. It had always been the geniuses who cried and screamed to squeeze into these 3 high schools. The 3 high schools had never taken the initiative to recruit any students and give them such benefits. Xiaoduo's group of 6 were indeed geniuses. At that time, the 3 high schools did not deign to lower themselves to take the initiative to recruit them. Although the teachers of these high schools kept their eyes on them, they also sighed in their hearts. It was really a pity that such geniuses landed in other schools. However, they did not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. For the entire afternoon, Luo Lai's high school teachers came in batches, sent away batches, and came in batches. Luo Lai's mouth was already dry from all the introductions. He repeated the same words 7 or 8 times. When he saw Hu Ruoyun, she had already hidden to the side as if it was none of her business. "Don't you need protection for cultivation? I'll protect the children. That's the most important thing." Sigh. Men are so thin-skinned. Luo Lai was extremely envious of Hu Ruoyun. Why did I snatch the position of head teacher at that time? Sigh. The top 20 were only decided when the sky was almost dark in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon, Yunduan, Ancestral Dragon. The 3 high schools did not make a move. Hearing Luo Lai's feedback, Xiaoduo was extremely unhappy. Am I not a genius enough? Not only him, but Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and Li Chenglong's target were also these 3 famous schools. However, they did not get any response. At this moment, they were all silent. Hu Ruoyun naturally knew what was on their minds. She comforted them gently. "It's okay. There's still tomorrow. Try your best to show your strength. Naturally, everyone will look askance. But from tomorrow onwards, a fierce battle will begin." Luo Lai said in a low voice, "Now, the ones with the highest chance of winning are not us. It's Hidden Dragon number 1 High School, Fenghai number 3 High School, Yangluo number 1 High School, and Shuaicheng number 1 High School. Our Phoenix City number 2 High School can only be ranked 5th. Xiaoduo was puzzled. It can't be. Haven't we always been ranked first in terms of points? Sigh, being ranked first in terms of overall points does not mean that we are also ranked first in terms of deterrence. After all, we have not encountered many strong teams all the way until now. Luo Lai said, to be called a school with sufficient deterrence, there must be at least 1 or more embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Now, in the top 20 schools, every team has such fierce characters. There is no lack of later-stage embryonic breathing realm geniuses. Furthermore, we have never encountered a team like this before. In fact, If it weren't for the fact that our overall points were the real number one, and your performance was sufficiently dazzling, we wouldn't even be able to keep our title of number 5. Luo Lai said. So, don't let your guard down in the future battles. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and said, Oh? Li Qinglong frowned and said, Teacher Luo, I would like to ask you a question. If we did not suppress the agitation of our vital essence, with our current strength, would we be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm now? Luo Lai thought for a while and said with deliberation, To be fair, with the strength that you possess now, you have undoubtedly surpassed the average embryonic breathing realm. But the standard that we are talking about is the most average embryonic breathing realm. If you did not suppress the agitation of your vital essence to break through, now, you may not be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm. Luo Lai said very pertinently, Don't think that. Only you can suppress the agitation of your vital essence. In fact, suppressing the agitation of your vital essence has long been the consensus of advanced practitioners. Being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm does not mean that they did not suppress the agitation of their vital essence when they were in the innate realm or martial arts master realm. So, the battle situation is not optimistic. You must act carefully and avoid being blindly optimistic and thinking that you are infallible. The 6 of them nodded silently at the same time. Hu Ruoyan said, Teacher Luo is right. With your current experience and knowledge, you may never be able to imagine that some ancient martial arts clans would crazily pour out resources to their genius heirs. I have heard of it before. It was our Phoenix City number 1 middle school's young master Blueblade. Back then, when he was practicing, he was not just practicing by himself. In his clan, 5 clan elders who were nearing the end of their lifespans took turns to imbue him with power. They changed one every week. Originally, sacrificing the strength and life of the older generation to imbue him with power would only allow him to absorb 10% of it. However, his clan supported him at all costs and forced him to rise. Moreover, when he was in a lower realm, he did not suppress the agitation of his vital essence. In the later stages, when he could no longer suppress it, the clan's number 1 expert personally helped him suppress the agitation of his vital essence and even expanded his dantian. It was this kind of support that allowed young Master Blueblade to become so famous today. Hu Ruoyun said softly, In fact, this kind of situation is not rare at all in some clans or sects. There are too many people who do this. It is definitely more than what I have just said. It is even crazier. Also, there are records in ancient books about using blood essence and divine blood to benefit oneself. There are many people who go around gathering the blood essence of divine beasts or the blood essence of experts above the imperial god realm and use it to fuse with their blood. Even more extreme is yin and yang harvesting to strengthen the cauldrons. The chosen cauldrons are all young men and women, and they are all talented people. Luo Lai said, That is the theory. Do you understand now? You do not have to belittle yourselves and be unconfident in your own strength. At the same time, you have to be cautious. Do not underestimate any enemy. Even if they do not win as quickly as us, it does not mean that they are weaker than us. Today's 4th update, please vote, recommend vote. Chapter 323. In this world, we are not the only ones who can hide our strength. It is normal to hide a trump card. Even if we have many trump cards, we may not be able to protect them completely. Luo Lai said seriously, and this is Jianghu. This is Jianghu, students. Luo Lai said these few words very solemnly. Every word was spoken with a heavy tone. Jianghu. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. He turned around and looked at his teammates. He shrugged and laughed weirdly. Jianghu. So scary. Are you guys scared? This sentence caused a new round of laughter. Li Qinglong laughed loudly. What's there to be scared of? That's right. What's there to be scared of? Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing shouted at the same time. Wan Lixio pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, she was too embarrassed to say, What's there to be scared of? Huff. Huff. Li Zhangming opened his eyes in a daze. He wiped his saliva and asked blankly, What are you guys talking about? Luo Lai touched his forehead and was speechless. Have confidence in yourself. Don't worry too much. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. What's there to be scared of? One word, do it tomorrow. Just do it. The six of them shouted in unison. Then, they high-fived each other and went into their own rooms to recharge their energy. Hu Ruoyun nodded. Her face was filled with gratification. Whether it should be said or not, Luo Lai's words were still very damaging to their morale. It was their first time participating in this kind of competition. The most important thing was their drive. If this drive was worn away, they would suspect that their opponents were hiding their strength. It would be really bad if they were constantly restrained. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out at the last moment and said something funny to help everyone regain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, it would be Hu Ruoyun's turn to think of a way to dispel this layer of concern. Teacher Luo, although what you said is pertinent and the situation is like that, what you said is too serious. The children know how to improvise, Hu Ruoyun said with a frown. Luo Lai obviously realized this as well. He wiped his sweat and said, yes, yes. There was a hint of lingering fear in his actions. If because of what he had said, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others would have their hands tied and feet tied in the following matches, affecting their performance and stopping them in the top 20. Even if Luo Lai were to die as an apology, he would still be filled with hatred. The morning of the second day arrived quickly. On this day, the sky was cloudy and windy. The sky was gloomy, giving people an indescribable feeling of discomfort. When Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai led their team out, they met Teacher Li from Fenghai 13 Middle School who was also leading his team out. Both parties stopped at the entrance of the hotel at the same time. On the other side, Teacher Li smiled faintly and glanced at the faces of Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. She smiled and said, Congratulations, Teacher Hu. Congratulations to Second High School for being in the limelight and entering the top 20 again. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, Could it be that Fenghai 13 Middle School has been eliminated? Teacher Li's smile did not change at all. She said faintly, I'm sorry, our luck is good this time. It didn't take much effort to enter the top 20. It seems that both sides can't avoid a battle in the end. Hu Ruoyun said faintly, I'm looking forward to it. Originally, the conversation could have come to an end and they would not have a falling out. However, at this moment, one of the two girls in white suddenly opened her mouth and said with a smile, Teacher, is this Teacher Hu the one you mentioned who was crippled in the past? The genius who fell into the mortal world. But I don't know who crippled him? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly focused, and an extreme killing intent rose in his heart. Teacher Li said indifferently, To be honest, I'm also very sorry. I felt guilty for a long, long time. I really didn't expect that a very light blow back then would cripple someone. Fortunately, Teacher Hu is recovered now. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? Luo Lai took a deep breath, surnamedly, Li Chengqiu. You're too much. Too much? I'm sorry. Teacher Li on the other side laughed loudly. There was not the slightest intention of apologizing. However, geniuses must be protected. Like you guys who come out to show off, if a few more of you are crippled, then it will be even worse. Hu Ruoyun's eyes flashed with extreme anger. The meaning of this sentence was simply full of malice. Luo Lai said tit for tat, likewise. You have many geniuses. To be able to enter the top 20, you all have a few skills. If you're crippled, then it's too much of a pity. Is that so? Li Chengqiu on the other side laughed loudly. Ha! One of the two girls in white behind him curled her lips and smiled, saying, Teacher, if you let the students follow in their teacher's footsteps, it won't be good, right? She said it won't be good, but her smile was very meaningful. Li Chengqiu shook his head repeatedly. This is tradition. Tradition, understand? They laughed together. At this time, the leader of Fenghai 13 also opened his mouth. He used a disdainful gaze to sweep over Zhou Xiaoduo and said with a crooked mouth, Iron Fist young master, you're the only one in your group who hasn't made a move yet. I really want to see what kind of trash this new Iron Fist young master is after your Phoenix City Second High's old principal died, and what kind of ability you have. Everyone in Phoenix City Second High was furious. This kid's mouth was really too cheap. Provocation was provocation, but he bluntly used the old principal to talk about it. This made people unable to tolerate it. Even if both sides were enemies, at least they should maintain some respect for the deceased. They only heard Zhou Xiaoduo laugh and say, "I'm not looking forward to playing with you. You look like a green tortoise that's about the same as your teacher Li's ugly melon crack jujube. I don't have the slightest bit of interest. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. But I actually like the two girls behind you who just spoke. I only like to play with them. I can play however I want, no matter where. In the forest, in the grass, in the water, on the mountain. It's all fine. I don't care about the place. Even if it's a threesome or threesome, I won't refuse. Hey, leader, how many quality goods like this do you have in your school? I feel that I still have quite a surplus. If you give me 3 or 5 more, I can still kindly accept them." Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, "I don't mind having more. I can do it. I'm very good at it. If you don't believe me, let them come and try. 202 at a time. Absolutely the market price. I'm honest with both the old and the young, and I won't go back on my word. Cash transaction, hee. A new number." Zhou Xiaoduo. The leader roared, his eyes revealing an extreme killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill you." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "I don't want to lower myself to the level of a dying person, but I can't bear to kill the two girls behind you just like that. They're so soft and tender. Even if I really want to kill them, I'll have to play with them first. No matter how pink they are, they're still pink first. As for whether or not they'll become skeletons later, it depends on my mood. Who knows? Maybe they'll serve me well." The two girls' faces were already filled with extreme anger. Zhou Xiaoduo, "You're courting death." With a clang, they flashed their weapons and were about to rush over. Teacher Li's face showed anger. He raised his hand to stop his two students and said coldly, "Phoenix City's second high. Is this the kind of upbringing?" Hu Ruoyun still said indifferently, "Fenghai's 13th high. Is this the kind of school spirit?" Despicable character. Teacher Li looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and pointed his finger fiercely. "Even if there's a conflict, why insult women?" Hu Ruoyun stepped forward and blocked in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Her finger also pointed at the leader opposite her. Despicable character. Even if there's a conflict, how dare you insult a well-respected deceased? The two girls in white behind him gritted their teeth. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you're dead." Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Hey, sorry, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? It's too funny. You don't really think I'll play with you too, right? You two look like two piles of shit. How can anyone be interested in you? You're overestimating yourselves." He put on a fearful expression and shivered all over. "Swollen? Are you interested?" I withered when I saw it. "Me too." Li Qinglong trembled. "So ugly. Oh my god. How can it be like this?" Li Changming said, "Why don't you give it to old you?" Yu Moyan shook his head and said angrily, "How dare you look down on me like this? I won't do it even if you give me money." The other side was furious, but they had nothing to say. They knew that whatever they said now would only bring shame to themselves. "Fine, fine, fine." Teacher Li gritted his teeth. "See you in the arena." He led the team out. The leader stayed at the back. He suddenly stopped and shouted, "Zhou Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight in the life or death arena? I, Wu Yuntian, want to fight you." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled darkly. "You're a coward and you dare to fight in the life or death arena? I think you're just a coward. You don't have the guts." "Do you dare?" Wu Yuntian asked seriously. "Are you an idiot?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Don't you understand human language?" "Okay." Wu Yuntian shouted. "See you in the arena." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and suddenly said, "Thank you." Wu Yuntian turned and left. Seeing Wu Yuntian turn and leave, Wan Lixio's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. "Teacher Hu, when you were injured that year, your cultivation stagnated. Is it related to this Li guy?" Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, "It's all in the past. Why bring up the past? It has nothing to do with your competition." Wan Lixio smiled coldly. "Now, it might have nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with us. This Li guy, I won't let him leave South G City." When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and gasp in amazement. Wan Lixio was the eldest daughter of the governor, but normally, she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. She did not have the slightest bit of haughtiness, nor did she put on any airs. However, when these words came out of her mouth, people did not even have the slightest suspicion. With Juan Lixio's family background, it would be an exaggeration to say that killing a martial arts teacher who was only at the peak of the inner core realm was a certainty. It would be more appropriate to say that it would be foolproof. Xiao is so domineering, Zhou Xiaoduo praised. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you talk about what happened in the past, Teacher Hu? Chapter 324. Hu Ruoyun brought the students into the car. She closed her eyes and lightly said, "At that time, everyone was still young. I was only a martial warrior. By chance, I organized a few school parties. Our Phoenix City was a small border city. At that time, we were the ones who were helped." With that said, everyone understood at once. This kind of thing happened often before. For example, in the suburbs of Shangjing, or in a big city, in a remote school, the so-called mutual exchange and mutual promotion was claimed to let the superior people reminisce about the good things, and the backward people learn from the advanced experience. Deep down, this was a very brainless way of doing things. It was unknown which official had a screw loose in his head to do this kind of stupid thing. Getting together like this, other than raising one side's sense of superiority and attacking the other side's self-esteem, it also left a flashy dream in the hearts of many students. There was no substantial benefit at all. At that time, second high school was the one who was helped. The other side was undoubtedly Fenghai 13 High School. When children of about the same age got together, it was easy to imagine that it was easy to make friends. However, when it came to conflicts, it was also very fast. Hu Ruoyun was the most beautiful girl in the two schools at that time. At the same time, she was also the one with the best qualifications. A lot of things were derived from this. At that time, the young Li Chengqiu of Fenghai 13 High School had a lot of ideas. However, Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang were childhood sweethearts. They had long been in love with each other. Regarding this sudden idea, they naturally rejected it. After rejecting it, this student Li Chengqiu used a heavy hand in a spar. No one would have thought that this young man who had just confessed his love for her would be so vicious. That heavy hand directly destroyed Hu Ruoyun's dantian, which led to the tragedy of Hu Ruoyun's life. Later, Hu Ruoyun stayed in second high school as a teacher, and this young man surnamed Li also stayed in Fenghai 13 High School as a teacher. After a long time, Li Changjiang wanted to find trouble with him many times, but the internal conflict between the two teachers had a huge impact. It could be said that the grudge between Phoenix City's second high school and Fenghai's 13th high school was also caused by this teacher Li. During the first encounter between the two schools, the students from Fenghai's 13th high school were precisely this teacher Li's favorite students. Moreover, in the competition, while gaining the upper hand, he also ruthlessly dealt heavy blows. In the future, this cycle of revenge had continued until now. Hu Ruoyun gave a brief account of the past. In the end, she said indifferently, "Xiao, this is a grudge between the older generation. Don't get involved. Just focus on the competition." Wan Lixio was about to say something, but she was stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Of course. Let's not talk about whether we have the strength or not. Just our status alone is not right. Don't worry, Teacher Hu. I only have one goal, which is to bring back at least 4 of the 6 people who came here." Hu Ruoyun nodded and immediately warned, "Don't take risks. It's not worth it to take risks for the grudge between the older generation. We're not dead yet. It's right for us to solve this grudge by ourselves. Besides, the grudges between the older generation have nothing to do with the students. The students are innocent. Why should we let them go back lying down?" Hu Ruoyun said, "This will affect the children's life." Zhou Xiaoduo, Wan Lixio, and the others secretly rolled their eyes. Among the 1 man and 2 women who spoke, which one was innocent? It wouldn't be too much to beat them to death. Seeing that the 6 people didn't speak, Hu Ruoyun said in a heavy tone, "Do you understand?" Understood. Unders was Xiao was lead. The 6 people all looked obedient, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Li Qinglong changed the topic very sensibly. With a face full of surprise, he asked, "Zhua, you actually didn't read the fortune of the 6 people?" Zhuoxiaoduo's bad habit of reading the fortune of his opponents before fighting was no longer a secret among Li Qinglong and the others. It was a habit. I was afraid that reading their fortune would dirty my eyes. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes revealed a sharp look, however, that Wu Yuntian hid his cultivation. He's quite a character. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid that the few of you won't be his match. This guy has already reached the embryonic breathing realm. Yu Moyan insisted, I want to fight. I want to give it a try. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the fluctuation of luck on top of Yu Moyan's head and said indifferently, this fight is mine. The other party has already called out the Iron Fist Prince. What are you trying to do? Are you the Iron Fist Prince? Yu Moyan was exasperated. So you've been scheming since the day of registration? Zhuoxiaoduo was calm and unruffled. He nodded continuously with a face full of smiles. He closed his eyes and rested. He thought to himself, didn't read their fortune? How is that possible? It would be weird if I didn't read their fortune. These guys are all shrouded in a deathly aura. It's obvious that they need me to release their souls. If you guys go up, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them. It's against the heavens. Drawing lots. Zhuoxiaoduo prayed in his heart. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. He drew his lot and looked. However, he was greatly disappointed. It wasn't Fenghai City's 13th high school, but another martial arts school. Zhuoxiaoduo first looked at the opponent's fortune, then looked at the people who were going to fight. He immediately decided on the person to fight. Yu Moyan, didn't you want to fight? Fenghai City's 13th high school doesn't have a spot for you. However, I can give this opponent to you now. Go up and beat them up. Yu Moyan was unwilling to do this. He knew that if he really fought in this round, when it was Fenghai City's 13th high school's turn, there would be no room for him to fight. While he was hesitating and dilly-dallying, he was unprepared for Zhuoxiaoduo's kick. Get out. Yu Moyan was kicked out like a ferocious dog. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhuo, how can you be so selfish? You want to eat all by yourself. We won't give in. Everyone around was confused. What did he mean? Eat all by himself? How did he eat all by himself? How did he become selfish? Everyone really didn't understand what he meant. The captain of Phoenix City's second high school crossed his legs and said leisurely, You don't agree? Why don't you be the captain? This sentence not only made Yu Moyan choke, it also made everyone who heard it choke. How despicable. Everyone wanted to ask Yu Moyan to reply, If I could be the captain, would it be your turn? However, Yu Moyan obviously wasn't so stubborn. Seeing that it was a foregone conclusion, he swallowed his anger and took a stance on the field. He vented all his anger on his opponents. Come up quickly. Let's finish this quickly. I still have other things to do. When this sentence came out, many people who were paying attention almost fainted on the spot. Especially teacher Luo Yinling. Her heart was filled with pain. So little Moyan has no status in their team. When Jade Sun High School comes, I will take good care of him. I will let him improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, he will find this captain and get justice. If this sentence was heard by Long Yuxing and the other three, including Yu Moyan, they would only sigh and say, Teacher, you think too much. We have long given up on this unrealistic hope. In this round, the top 15 of the top 20, the second high school's opponent was South G City's third high school. Facing Yu Moyan's provocation, this team's response was very interesting. A member at the end of the line was the first to step out. He only exchanged 3 moves with Yu Moyan before he was knocked back by Yu Moyan's punch. He clutched his chest and said, We surrender. This surrender was not only his personal surrender, but also the surrender of South G City's third high school. They forfeited. However, this surrender made countless spectating teachers nod their heads. Phoenix City's second high school had won 5 matches in a row. They were strong, had great talent, and had the potential to win the championship. As for South G City's third high school, they obviously didn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Instead of fighting with all their strength and having to surrender due to injuries, it was better to conserve their strength and prepare for the next round of elimination. Perhaps they could fight for a chance to enter the top 15. South G City's third high school's decision seemed to be a sign of weakness, but it was actually very wise, because their next opponent would definitely be a team that had just finished a fierce battle. They would definitely take advantage of this situation. Next, it was another round of waiting. Due to the fact that there were only 10 matches in the current round of 20 to 15 participants, the amount of time used was far more than the previous few days. Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest naturally couldn't return to the resting room to cultivate. They still stayed near the arena, but no one was idle. Each of them took out the Star Soul Jade they carried with them and concentrated on cultivating, racing against time. It was worth mentioning that after Yu Moyan and the others broke through to the Xiantian realm, except for Wan Lixiu's spatial ring, which was given to her by her family, the other 4 boys' spatial rings were all bought from Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo had only said that he was selling them, and each of the 4 boys had already snatched one of them. Until now, the 1 meter higher masters had received. For promissory notes, Long Yuxing and the other 3 didn't even pay in cash. Because of this matter, Master Zhua, who was greedy and stingy, had already lost his temper several times. However, Long Yuxing and the others turned a deaf ear to him and refused to pay. I owe you. It's not like I won't give it to you. When it's convenient for me, I'll give it to you. Look at how anxious you are. Do we look like people who refuse to pay? Why are you so anxious? We are schoolmates. Are you afraid that we will refuse to pay? In this regard, Zhuoxiao Duo was at his wit's end. He could still snatch the others back, but the 4 rings were bound to his divine soul. How could he get rid of these 4 fellows who refused to pay? As soon as the spatial rings were mentioned, Master's eyes turned red. This is the first time in my life that I've been taken advantage of like this. The 4 of you just wait and see. Until 11 o'clock, the top 15 were finally decided. Zhuoxiao Duo went forward to draw lots, and he met Wu Yuntian head-on. The 2 of them looked at each other face to face. Zhuoxiao Duo didn't give way. Wu Yuntian was slightly shorter than Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo looked down at him with his head slightly lowered, while Wu Yuntian looked up slightly. It was their eyes meeting. Instinctively, he gave off a feeling that this child's words were reliable. Definitely reliable. This child didn't look like the kind of child who liked to lie and slander others. He also had a strong sense of justice. Yes, yesterday, his form teacher seemed to have emphasized this personality of his. Righteousness. He couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. At the judge's table, Teacher Ma's face was gloomy as he said, "Let's forget about this matter. Hurry up and draw the lots." Wu Yuntian felt that something was amiss. Was he holding a grudge? He hurriedly shouted, "Teacher Ma, I really didn't scold you." Teacher Ma waved his hand in disgust. "All right, hurry up and draw the lots. You've already wasted a lot of time." Wu Yuntian was extremely angry. He turned to Zhuoxiao Duo. "Zhuoxiao Duo, I have no grievances with you. Why did you frame me?" Zhuoxiao Duo's eyes were full of surprise as he asked, "Yes, you have no grievances with me. Why would I frame you?" Wu Yuntian was provoked by this rhetorical question. He almost vomited blood. "You're shameless." Zhuoxiao Duo seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He cried out as if he had been wronged. "It's just a drawing of lots. Who wants to cause trouble and complicate matters? The problem is that you've gone too far. Teacher Ma came all the way here to judge the winner and uphold justice for us. You're so selfless and upright. How noble are you? What do you mean by saying that I'm ugly the moment you come up? Did I eat your rice just because I'm good-looking? I, Zhuoxiao Duo, can't stand people like you. If I can't stand you, I'll say it. I'll say it. There's no such logic in this world." Zhuoxiao Duo said hatefully, "How did Teacher Ma offend you? Why did you do this? Don't be afraid of others talking about it." Wu Yuntian felt his vision turn black. He shouted crazily, "I didn't scold you. I didn't scold you. If you didn't scold me, then why are you in such a hurry?" Zhuoxiao Duo said angrily, "So many people have seen the surveillance footage. Don't tell me that I've wronged you. Did I frame you? If you don't move your mouth, then am I framing you or am I framing myself? Do you think I'm stupid?" Wu Yuntian threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he didn't clear up the matter today, the judges and referees would definitely have opinions about him. The most direct consequence would be that his future would be affected. He said firmly, "You keep saying that I scolded Teacher Ma. Then answer me. What did I scold?" Zhuo turned around and bowed to Teacher Ma. Then he turned around and said, "I really don't dare to repeat what you said. Teacher Ma is an elder worthy of my respect. I've asked you to scold him once too many times. Now you want to repeat it?" Wu Yuntian was furious. He said, "You don't dare to say it?" Zhuo said, "I don't dare to say it. Then how do you prove that I scolded Teacher Ma and that you're not slandering me?" Wu Yuntian thought that he had succeeded. Do I still need to prove it? Zhuo looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread his hands and said, "I think that justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue anymore. Under the eyes of so many people, there's no need to argue. Teacher Ma is magnanimous and Wang Han is tolerant. Let's just draw the lots and not waste any more time." Wu Yuntian was so angry that he almost fainted. He felt like he had no way to defend himself. On the stage, Teacher Ma let out a thunderous roar. "Hurry up and draw the lots." Teacher Ma's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The way he looked at Wu Yuntian was as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The truth was right in front of him. Why did he want Zhuo to repeat what he had scolded? "Do you think I don't know what you're scolding? Other than my face being too long. What else do I have that makes people look down on me the moment they meet me? Why did he have to repeat it? This kid really has a wicked heart." Fortunately, Zhuo didn't repeat those two words. Otherwise, Zhuo, this kid, was indeed a person with a strong sense of justice. Not bad. The other teachers also felt that the development of today's situation was too strange. There seemed to be something fishy going on. But since the person involved had spoken, and their suspicions were just suspicions, maybe Wu Yuntian had really scolded him? Just as he said, there was no enmity between them. Then why didn't Zhuo slander him? Furthermore, Wu Yuntian's mouth had indeed moved. This was irrefutable evidence. On the stage, Teacher Li, who was leading Feng Hai, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were beaming with joy. Only the people on both sides could be sure that Wu Yuntian had definitely been tricked by Zhuo. But as for how he had tricked him, they still couldn't figure it out. However, no matter how he had done it, this matter really made people feel good. When Zhuo went forward to draw the lot, Wu Yuntian was so angry that he was twitching nonstop. He couldn't help but tremble, and his face was as white as paper. Even though they were separated by a short distance, he could still feel that Teacher Ma's gaze was as sharp as a sword as it swept over his body. And all of this was caused by Zhuo. Zhuo's face was still cautious, honest, simple, honest, and honest. He went forward to draw the lot obediently. Before he could even take a look, he heard Wu Yuntian beside him laughing heartily. His voice was filled with hatred as he said, "Zhuo, it's our turn next." Ha ha. Zhuo opened it and deliberately made a surprised expression. Fenghai 13 High School? Wu Yuntian was full of resentment. He finally found a chance to vent. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Zhuo, you're destined to suffer retribution for using tricks to make trouble. Yes, you've successfully framed me now, but this afternoon will be the time for me to take my revenge." Everyone looked over and saw that Zhuo seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he said angrily, "Wu Yuntian, what do you mean? Are you trying to vent your anger on me because of what happened just now? So you want to kill me during the competition?" "Kill you?" This sentence seemed to remind Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian laughed and said cruelly, "Zhuo, since it's our turn, do you dare to draw the lot for the life and death battle?" Chapter 326. This was something that both sides had agreed upon in the morning, but people outside of the two schools didn't know about it. Zhuo looked confused. "What? Life and death ring? What is life and death ring?" All the referees' faces changed when they heard this. Life and death ring? Wu Yuntian wanted to start a life and death ring because of this? You were exposed for scolding a teacher, And now you want to fight with the person who exposed you? If this wasn't pure revenge, then what was? It seemed that this guy's heart was narrow-minded and evil to a certain extent. On the stage, a female referee was already yelling, "Wu Yuntian, calm down. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Zhou Xiaoduo also had a look of understanding and comforted him. "Wu Yuntian, you really have to calm down. It was just an accident. Besides, the teachers didn't blame you, right? You don't have to be so angry. It's important to calm down before a big battle." He was actually trying to be a good person. Wu Yuntian was completely mad at this moment, and he asked loudly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, you don't dare? You coward." This morning, Zhou Xiaoduo interrupted him with a fierce expression. Who doesn't dare? I just feel that it's a bit too much to fight to the death over such a small matter." Wu Yuntian yelled, "I'm only asking you if you dare. Do you sign it or not?" Zhou Xiaoduo's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were full of anger. He looked like a pitiful and honest student who was forced to the extreme, and even his breathing was heavy. After a while, he said with grief and indignation, "You want to kill me over such a small matter?" Wu Yuntian yelled, "I already planned to fight with you in the life and death ring. Why, you don't dare to sign it?" "Who said I want to fight with you in the life and death ring?" Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. "Do you really want to kill me?" Wu Yuntian's face was ferocious. "Coward, you don't dare to admit what you promised? Are you afraid of death at this moment? You don't want to sign it? You don't dare?" His interrogation grew more and more contemptuous, more and more angry, and more infuriated Zhou Xiaoduo. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you coward! 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 Cowards who only know how to scheme against others, don't dare to fight me to the death. Who wouldn't dare?" Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. At the judging panel, Teacher Ma reminded him loudly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, ignore him. This place." However, in that instant, Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to have been provoked and lost his rationality. He shouted, "Life and death arena it is. Wu Yuntian, you've gone too far. Today, I, Iron Fist young nobles with Xiaoduo, will fight you to the death." His face was full of grief and indignation, and his whole body was full of grievances. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What kind of quality is this? What kind of upbringing was this? You scolded your teacher in front of everyone, and you still think you're in the right? Do you have to fight to the death just because someone said you were wrong? All right, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Let's put aside who's stronger and who's weaker and who's stronger. I won't take this lying down even if I die. Let's fight then. Life and death arena it is. Who's afraid of who?" Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more agitated. He jumped up and down on the stage, his expression more and more sorrowful. His mouth was like a cannon. "What kind of world is this? Bah, that's the kind of person you are. He's just a scum of society when he grows up. He's going to fight to the death if he does something wrong. Who's afraid of you? I can't take it anymore. There's actually such a person in this world." His voice grew louder and louder. Coupled with his face full of indignation and cursing, Wu Yuntian's voice was completely drowned out by him. Wu Yuntian's heart was probably filled with the cruel pleasure of getting his revenge, so he didn't respond. "Finally, I've caught you. Let's see how you're going to escape from the life and death arena. Let's see how you're going to frame me. Curse and be agitated. The louder you curse now, the worse you'll die later." On the stage, a few of the head judges stood up. It was obvious that they wanted to stop the fight. The life and death arena was never a small matter. The students who were able to make it here were the cream of the crop from their respective universities. They were all geniuses from different universities. If any of them died, it would be a loss. Moreover, the students who were able to make it this far usually had their own families behind them. If any of them died here, it would cause a huge uproar and cause endless trouble. When Wu Yuntian saw this, he was afraid that someone would stop the life and death arena. He shouted, "Zhou Xiaoduo?" Zhou Xiaoduo stared back at him with red eyes. "Why are you calling me your father? Life and death arena. Clap your hands and swear. Do you dare? You think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Clap, clap, clap. Wait. On the stage, Teacher Ma, who was the head judge, flew up and shouted to stop them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhou Xiaoduo's and Wu Yuntian's palms had already collided. There were 3 consecutive sounds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, clapping their hands and swearing an oath, the life and death arena could not be changed. These 2 students were not just students. They were also the team leaders of their respective universities. They represented the reputation of their respective universities. Now, if anyone took a step back, the entire university would not be able to raise their heads. They would be scolded for being cowardly for many years. The tragedy that was destined to happen could not be undone. In the life and death arena, one must die. Moreover, these 2 were the team leaders. After drawing lots, it was no longer a matter of 2 people, but 2 teams. The life and death arena of 2 teams. Sigh. Teacher Ma's long face was filled with anxiety. He pointed at Zhou Xiaoduo and was exasperated. You. Can't you tolerate this temper of yours? Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, Don't worry, Teacher Ma. This is just my temper. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. If there's anything I don't like, I'll say it. This temper of mine has caused a lot of trouble. It's okay. I'm used to it. Teacher Ma sighed. This is the life and death arena. Zhou Xiaoduo said righteously, Everything is destined to be like this. It's fate. This student would like to be so bold as to say that this kind of despicable person, regardless of whether I hear or see him, I will still say what I have to say. This time, next time, it will always be the same. Good boy. Teacher Ma sighed softly. You must be careful. If you don't die and can pass this stage, you can consider joining Huayang Gaolu. Thank you, Teacher Ma. At the side, Wu Yuntian also bowed solemnly. Teacher Ma, I really didn't. Teacher Ma snorted and turned to leave. A student like you, no matter how high your aptitude is, Huayang Gaolu will never accept you. A student who doesn't respect his teachers, no matter how high his talent is, no matter how great his future achievements are, can you expect him to give back to his school? Do you dare to count on him? Moreover, he scolded me. Wu Yuntian, da. In the stands, Li Chengqiu's face was gloomy. He muttered, Huayang Gaolu. Hee. So what if you're Huayang Gaolu? You actually said it as if it's a famous school. If I didn't know, I would think it's one of the 3 famous schools. TSK, you don't know your limits. Humph. They were far apart from each other, and it was very noisy. He thought that Teacher Ma wouldn't be able to hear him. But, unfortunately, since the incident just now, Teacher Ma had been paying attention to all the students of Fenghai 13 High School and the 2 leading teachers. He spread out his divine sense to capture the movements on the other side. All of a sudden, with a long roar, Teacher Ma leaped several hundred meters into the air and slapped Teacher Li's face. Then, he gave him a round of beatings. After a round of beating, Mr. Ma stood up again. He pointed at himself and scolded, You're right, my Huayang High School is not a famous school. I don't even know how long my face is, but I'll say it here today. In the future, no one from Fenghai 13 High School will be accepted by Huayang Gaolu. We can't afford it. Li Chengqiu covered his swollen and bleeding face and didn't dare to make a sound. Even if the other teachers didn't understand what happened here, when they heard Teacher Ma's words and saw Li Chengqiu's face, they immediately understood. In an instant, many teachers' eyes were filled with anger. Even if you're dissatisfied with this teacher, don't involve the school. Huayang Gaolu is not a famous school? Then Fenghai 13 High School is a famous school? This teacher Li Chengqiu actually rose to the level of Huayang Gaolu because of Teacher Ma's face. He deserved to be beaten to death. Then, everyone's thoughtful eyes focused on Wu Yuntian again. With such a teacher, it was possible for this student to scold the teacher in a low voice on the stage. At this time, all the students from Fenghai 13 High School were pale. This time, Fenghai 13 High School was famous. A student was caught secretly scolding the referee teacher on the stage. Not only that, the student's teacher was also caught scolding someone else's school. This was simply an unlucky day. At this moment, all the teachers from the various high martial arts schools were looking at them with undisguised disgust. Zhou Xiaoduo, Wu Yuntian shouted furiously. Sign the life and death agreement. He took it for granted that Zhuo Duo was to blame for all the mistakes and all the consequences. If this bastard didn't frame him, how could things have come to this point? Well, although he thought so, it wasn't wrong, because it was the truth. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Our competition will only start in the afternoon." It's not a competition. It's a life and death battle. On the opposite side, 6 people, including Wu Yuntian, roared together. Their aura was actually very strong. The way they looked at Zhuo Duo was full of undisguised murderous intent. On the other side of the stage, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all in admiration. Even Yu Moyan, who had been thinking about it, knew clearly that if he was on the stage, he would never be able to cause such a big storm. Only someone like Zhuo Duo, who was sinister and cunning, would be able to seize the slightest opportunity and use a combination of punches to make the entire school unable to make a comeback. They had to admit defeat. Sinister, too sinister, a true sinister old fox. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced and full of admiration. Long Yuxing and the others were in admiration. Zhuo's maneuver was godly. Chapter 327. Zhuo Duo was also surprised by the current situation. He was just used to taking advantage of every loophole in the enemy and creating traps out of habit. In fact, his original intention was very simple and pure. After the winner and loser of the life and death arena was clear, he could still stand on the high ground of righteousness. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to kill Wu Yuntian. This was very important. Someone would definitely die this time, but this was not the key point. The key point was that there would definitely be revenge after the death, whether it was from Fenghai High School number 13 or the family of the deceased. It was for this reason that Zhuo Duo was eager to lock down the dead person in this battle. Perhaps Wan Lixiu was not afraid of revenge, but Long Yuxing and the others might not be able to withstand it. If they all came for him, he might not be afraid of them. Long Yuxing and the others were too honest after all. But in this way, the moral high ground became extremely important, especially crucial. The first step was to tarnish Wu Yuntian's reputation. There were so many teachers around, and the evidence was vague, but that was enough. The second step was to continue the same before the final battle and make the situation worse. The third step was to kill the person involved. The fourth step, to wait for the other party to come for revenge, and then, I am the witness of the whole world. What right do you have to take revenge on me? Everyone had seen what had happened back then. The fifth step after that. Your family is so unreasonable. I will call on all the witnesses to destroy you. This was not completely impossible. At the very least, some people would intervene because of this. That would be a free help. As long as today was done well, all of this was possible. Masters was acting was like an award-winning actor, and the situation was carried out perfectly according to his script. But what he did not expect was that the leader of the other party, Teacher Li Chengqiu, would be so cooperative when he just wanted to settle the life and death arena. The words that were whispered at the bottom were simply too awesome. And the most awesome thing was, he was caught red-handed by the person involved, Teacher Horseface. It was even more wonderful. Too cooperative. I didn't even want to ruin your school directly, but now you are pushing your own school into the toilet. I believe that this way, all the teachers in the entire competition venue will be on my side. This will lay down a solid foundation for me to deal with you all in the future. The above is an excerpt from the Zhuo Duo Life and Death Arena Event Standard Format Work Report. Zhuo Duo had already learned one thing. Always occupy the moral high ground. Furthermore, he had to stand on it, and he had to continue standing there. No matter who it is, I will stand on it. With this as the foundation, he would be able to defeat any enemy with ease. Zhuo's usual routine was, you think I've thought of the first step, but I've already thought of the 9th step. In fact, I've already thought of the end point, your end point. This was the essence of Masters' life philosophy. The drawing of lots ended. In the afternoon, Phoenix City's 2nd high school fought against Fenghai City's 13th high school. This news swept through the entire city like a hurricane. So much so that the spectator seats in the first competition area were completely filled before lunchtime. Yes, it was filled. It wasn't as simple as just filling up the seats. Although there were no crawlers or hangers, there were many people standing and squatting. The entire seating area was filled to the brim. Even further ahead, countless live streamers had set up their cameras. Thousands of mobile phones were already on standby, ready for battle. Our countrymen were like this. Perhaps there would only be a few people who would really fight. However, there would always be an endless number of people watching the show. They didn't care who won or lost, who was righteous or evil, who was wronged or who was plotting. They didn't care about all of this. They only cared about whether their live stream would be popular, whether they could bring in topics and traffic, whether they could cash in and raise money for them. As for the rest, they only cared about watching the show and nothing else. Yes, it would be more exciting if their heads were knocked off. It didn't matter if they had the head of a hero or a hooligan, as long as it was exciting. You're going to fight in the afternoon? Ruoyun looked at Zhuo. Although it was a question, her tone was firm. Zhuo smiled slightly. Teacher Hu, your justice naturally needs to be brought back by your own student. Ruoyun's eyes were watery. She smiled in an unusually gratified manner. Then she said softly, Xiaoduo, the life and death arena is not an ordinary competition. You must remember, don't hold back. Although most of the people who die in the life and death arena are weak, it's not like there aren't any strong people who die in the life and death arena. And the strong people who die in the life and death arena, there is only one reason for their death, and that is mercy. Ruoyun warned word by word. Xiaoduo took a deep breath. I won't. What do you mean by being soft-hearted? Yes. The rest is to pay attention to your safety. If you feel that your life is in danger, you must immediately jump down from the arena. Ruoyun said in a low voice, don't be afraid of losing face. After jumping down from the arena, your life will be saved. I understand. Luolai also came over to warn him. However, compared to their worries, Ruoyun and Luolai were full of confidence in Xiaoduo. They were confident that he would win. When had this kid ever fought a battle that he was not confident in? No, not even once. The same advice also appeared among the few people in Fenghai City's 13th high school. Li Chengqiu and the other teacher in charge of the team guided them patiently, giving instructions to the entire team. Your ability to hide your cultivation is your greatest weapon. There is no point in hiding it now. When you fight, don't hold back. But be careful, once you attack, it must be a fatal blow. Don't give the opponent a chance to recover. Yes, teacher. When we fight in the afternoon, the opponent will most likely send Xiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. Since Xiaoduo is known as the Iron Fist Young Master, he must be very accomplished in his fists. Don't fight with him rashly before you know his strength. According to Luolai, Xiaoduo's ability is at least above Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the rest who have already fought. This is especially true in terms of fist techniques. Be careful. Understood. With your cultivation bases, I'm not worried at all. Gao Yin'er, Gao Ping'er, the two of you. Teacher, we must fight. Gao Yin'er's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Xiaoduo has humiliated me. I will never let him go. I must kill him with my own hands. Li Chengqiu's face showed hesitation. I am afraid you are not Xiaoduo's opponent. Gao Yin'er gritted her teeth and said, that's Xiaoduo only has innate realm cultivation, while we sisters have already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. If we still can't win, what's the point of living? If we can't wash away such humiliation with our own hands, what's the point of living on? Li Chengqiu and the other teacher leading the team were silent for a while. Both of their hearts were filled with disapproval. You call this a great humiliation? If you didn't provoke the other teacher, would he scold you? It's more like you brought it upon yourself. The so-called karma is nothing more than this. However, they definitely couldn't say that about their own students in front of them. You can discuss and decide on the specifics of the battle formation. The other teacher leading the team said, there is one thing that is especially important. In the life and death ring, if you can kill your opponent, you naturally have to kill without leaving any leeway. However, if you realize that you have lost your chance of winning and your life is in danger at any time, you must not be afraid of losing face and jump out of the ring immediately. If you lose your face, you still have a chance to win it back. Once you lose your life, you will really lose everything. The two teachers retreated, leaving the 6 people to discuss tactics. Teacher Lee, even if you can go back this time, I'm afraid that you will be in big trouble. Just like Zhuoxiao Duo, although they kept reminding, the teachers of Fenghai City Martial Arts School were very confident in their own student strength. They felt that they would never lose. They even felt that this time, Fenghai City Martial Arts School was more prepared and stronger than every year. They were going straight for the championship. This time, Li Chengqiu sighed instinctively after comforting his students. It was a matter that only he understood for the time being, and he had to face it. This time, he was in big trouble. Today's accident made almost all the teachers of high martial arts schools have a bad impression of himself and the students of Fenghai City. This influence was extremely bad. Not only did it affect the perception of Wu Yuntian and the others, but it also affected the promotion of the other students of the school. Let's wait until we win in the afternoon and talk about the follow-up. Li Chengqiu frowned. I didn't expect that the student of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School to be so insidious. However, as long as our school can win the championship, or even the top 3, we can still recover a considerable amount of influence. But, if nothing will happen. As long as we can kill as many students of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School as possible, the momentum will naturally come back to our side. Another teacher comforted. I hope so. Li Chengqiu regretted just thinking about it. Why did he have to provoke Hu Ruoya? The series of events that had occurred were truly unexpected. 1:30 in the afternoon. The competition had not yet started, but the spectator stands were already crowded. Even the aisles were full of people. There were really a lot of people waiting for a ticket. The first few rows of the spectator stands were basically all high martial arts teachers. Some of them simply stood in front of the ring with their hands behind their backs, just watching. Teacher Luo Yinling was in a tight suit, standing in the front position, always on guard. Her purpose was to be ready to rescue at any time. As for breaking the rules, I'm just saving the students. Besides, even if I break the rules, who dares to come up? Whoever comes up, I'll shout that I want to catch a hooligan. Teacher Luo had already made up her mind. Of course, this preferential treatment, she only intended to give to Yu Moyan. Even if the other geniuses performed better, she would not be tempted. She only had eyes for Yu Moyan. She had taken a fancy to this seemingly honest and quiet child. Chapter 328. 2:00 in the afternoon. With the sound of the bell, Zhuoxiao Duo and Wu Yuntian stood on the left and right of the ring respectively. Above them, the high school teachers had already prepared the life and death agreement. Horse-faced teacher Ma stepped forward and read out the various matters expressionlessly. Once the life and death agreement is signed, there will be no regrets. Now, you still have the chance to go back on your word. No one is allowed to interfere. Wu Yuntian looked at Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo, you coward. Are you going back on your word? Zhuoxiao Duo did not even look at him. He said firmly, as a man, what joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? After saying that, he took a step forward and took the lead to pick up a pen and sign his name. Wu Yuntian laughed. Straightforward. You're a real man. He signed his name too. Teacher Ma sighed and looked at Zhuoxiao Duo. Take care. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Ma held the life and death agreement in his hand and walked around the ring. He read it out loud again for everyone to bear witness. At this point, the competition officially began. Zhuoxiao Duo did not go down from the ring. He just stood there while Wu Yuntian went back to arrange the deployment. The life and death agreement was signed by the two captains. It was equivalent to the two teams. There was no room for carelessness in the tactical arrangements. Especially when the strength of the opposing team was not to be underestimated, there was no room for carelessness. But now, Wu Yuntian felt that the other side had added at least 30% or more. Zhuoxiao Duo, the candidate for the battle, was left on the ring. At the very least, he was a participant in the first battle. He was no different from a live target. At this moment, all they needed to do was to figure out how to deal with Zhuoxiao Duo. It was too advantageous. Zhuoxiao Duo stood on the stage, looking like a handsome young man. He was tall, had a fair complexion, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Every aspect of him was proof that he was a handsome young master in this chaotic world. Coupled with his righteous aura and honest face, he looked like the honest and reliable type. Just looking at him made many female audience members fall in love with him. This child is really not bad. This figure is really strong. One look and I can tell that he has a good personality. Very honest, very honest. Yeah. I hope he doesn't lose. On the stage, Zhuo maintained his honest and sincere demeanor. He took a few steps forward and suddenly revealed a somewhat bashful smile. Seemingly a little embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, My name is Zhuo. Cough cough. I'm a student of Phoenix City's second high school. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. Everyone gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Young Master. Actually, my family is very poor. I don't deserve the name Young Master. Everyone was speechless. You're focusing on the wrong thing, kid. You should be worried that your nickname of Iron Fist Young Master has exposed too much. How could it be related to the question of whether or not she was worthy of Gongzi? This is my first time fighting in the life and death arena, and I've never fought with such rules before. Zhuo's face was simple and honest. He scratched his head and said, That's why I have a few questions to ask the judges. He turned around and bowed seriously. I hope the judges can answer my questions while you're busy. The judges all liked this honest, courteous, and honest kid very much. Compared to a certain person's bad performance, he was much better. They spoke almost at the same time. What questions do you have? Just say it. We'll answer it for you. Zhuo said. What I'm worried about is actually after I win. Because if I lose, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Everyone smiled at the same time, but they felt their hearts clench. What a good child, so honest. What I want to ask is, if I kill the other party, will the family behind them take revenge on me? I heard that the contestants who can represent a school are either very strong themselves or have a family behind them that is very powerful. Zhuo looked worried. My family is just an ordinary family. What I'm most worried about is bringing disaster to my family. Now, everyone had a better impression of this kid. Teacher Ma looked kind and said, I'll answer your question for you. In the life and death arena, as long as the life and death agreement is signed, it's a personal grudge between the signatories. There are no regrets in life and no regrets in death. If you die, you die. If you die, you die without regrets. Since there are no regrets, you won't be allowed to take revenge. Zhuo said worriedly, people are born biased. Even if the rules don't allow it, the relatives of the deceased may not be willing to give up on revenge. If something happens after that, what should we do? Teacher Ma said solemnly, as long as you're still breathing, spread this news. All of the teachers here will testify for you and support you. We're not supporting you. We're supporting the rules. No one is allowed to trample on the rules. There was once someone who died in the life and death arena, and the family took revenge. Later, this family was completely wiped out by the joint forces of various parties. There's a precedent for this. Everyone knows that if anyone deliberately violates this taboo, they're seeking death. There's a reason for this. Many teachers nodded. Indeed, this was the truth. The life and death arena is a matter of honor for a martial artist. Life and death are things that a martial artist has to face at all times. Since you've signed the contract, you have to abide by it. The whole continent is bearing witness to it. Zhuo said, I don't doubt Teacher Ma's words, but I'm just an ordinary student. I'm still worried. Consider it as me being petty. Can you give me the contact details of all the teachers? If something happens to me in the future, I can get someone to spread the news. This way, the people who break the contract will not be able to get away scot-free and ignore the rules. Okay, no problem. The teachers agreed and left their phone numbers one after another. Zhuo recorded it seriously and bowed. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, teachers. Really, my heart is filled with warmth. In this world, there are still many good people. All the teachers are righteous and have students all over the world. You're really my role model. Phoenix City's second high school. Hu Ruoyun and Luolai lowered their heads, and massaged their temples. To outsiders, they seemed to be sad, but in reality, they were trying their best to endure. This kid was really good at acting. As for Long Yuxing and the others, their faces were immediately filled with heartfelt admiration and admiration. They were even gasping in amazement. It was a marvelous sight. Zhu's acting was really too strong. They believed that just this act alone was enough to make the opponent's mind unstable and furious. It was expected that their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he had accumulated a strong network of contacts for himself. These contacts were all connections, and they were all very high-level ones at that. They were all teachers from various high martial arts schools. Which one of them had a lower cultivation level than Hua Yun? Zhuo was really making a fortune. This was all knowledge. He had to learn it. It was really awesome. Long Yuxing and the rest's thoughts were not wrong at all. On the opposite side, the first contestant, Gao Yin'er, who was dressed in white, had already stood up. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's side seemed to be holding a press conference. They kept exchanging contact details and did not have any intention of responding to Gao Yin'er. However, the other side's communicators were all judges and high martial arts teachers. Gao Yin'er did not dare to interrupt at all. She could only stand and watch from the side. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo bowing continuously. He was honest and sincere, and his mouth was as sweet as honey. All kinds of pretentious actions made her hate him so much that her heart was about to split open. She was fuming with anger. Even her heart was beating faster, and her temples were throbbing. You're so fucking polite. Why are you participating in this competition? Why are you learning martial arts? This bastard. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally done with his work. He bowed respectfully and made a circle with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Thank you, teachers. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, would like to invite all the teachers here to be witnesses. In this life and death arena, if our Phoenix City's second high school loses and dies in battle, we will still have no complaints. No one is allowed to take revenge for us. Otherwise, we will bear the name of martial artists in the underworld. No regrets in victory or defeat, no complaints in life or death. Zhou Xiaoduo said passionately, "This is the declaration of I, the Iron Fist Young Master, Zhou Xiaoduo, in the life and death battle." There was a round of applause. It was very warm. Opposite him, Gao Yin'er's face was red with anger. She said, "Zhou Xiaoduo, you pervert, are you done?" Hearing this, many people's faces turned ugly. Pervert? How did he pervert you? He hasn't even spoken to you. Okay? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said apologetically, "Please wait for a moment, miss. I only have one sentence to say." Why are you so talkative? Gao Yin'er was impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said loudly, "I only have one last sentence to say. If there's any misfortune, please transfer all my assets and resources to my family. Also, I hope that I can be buried in peace. Thank you for coming to bear witness." Zhou Xiaoduo faced east and bowed deeply. Then, he faced north and bowed deeply. Then, he faced west and bowed deeply. Then, he faced south and bowed deeply. His expression was sorrowful, his face was solemn, his face was honest, and his body was full of righteousness. Awe-inspiring. Many people stood up from the audience and bowed back. Some people even shouted, "Iron Fist Young Master, you won't lose. We have faith in you." Thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed again. On the other side, Gao Yin'er was so angry that she wanted to tear Zhou Xiaoduo apart. Are you here to worship the heavens and earth? Is that right? Is that right? Zhou Xiaoduo finally turned around with a solemn face. Miss, are you ready? Do you have anything to say? This is a matter of life and death. Gao Yin'er almost couldn't catch her breath. She said angrily, "When are you going to stop talking?" Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, "Miss, this is a matter of life and death in the life and death arena. Don't blame me for being ruthless and not knowing how to be gentle with you. After all, it's either you die or I die." As he spoke, he stood up straight and solemnly performed a meticulous martial arts etiquette. He said, "Miss, please." Then, he slowly moved his right leg back and slowly squatted down. He clenched his fists, one in front and one behind, and got into a fighting posture. He shouted again, "Please." He was elegant, well-mannered, handsome, confident, and elegant. Many people's eyes lit up and said secretly, "Good." It was really a stranger like Jade. The young master is unparalleled. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes, looking for subscriptions. Sixth watch wahahaha. Chapter 329. Zhuoxiaoduo's appearance was greeted by cheers from the audience. Zhuoxiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. We don't know how strong the Iron Fist is, but the title of Young Master is unparalleled in the world. Good style. A high martial arts teacher blurted out a compliment, but the opponent couldn't do it. Gao Yin'er didn't expect Zhuoxiaoduo to perform a martial arts salute at the beginning of the battle. She didn't know how to react for a moment. At this time, Zhuoxiaoduo was already in a fighting posture. He knew that the opponent would attack at any time, so he didn't bother to return the salute and pulled out his long sword with a clang. Many teachers secretly shook their heads. This was a martial arts salute before a battle of life and death, but he didn't even return the salute. How did the teacher teach him? This was the most basic integrity of a martial artist, okay? They couldn't help but feel that all the students in Fenghai City's number 13 high school were like this. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yin'er's whole body was like a swallow on the water. Her body was light and graceful, and her sword light was restrained. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a stream of light, aiming directly at Zhuoxiaoduo. When she arrived in front of Zhuoxiaoduo, the sword light suddenly lit up. "Zhuoxiaoduo, hand over your life." A loud shout. Zhuoxiaoduo lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His eyes were focused, and he suddenly punched toward the incoming sword light. Good. A high martial arts teacher couldn't help but cheer. This punch was really just right. At first, he didn't move, to deal with the changes by staying still. Now, he only punched once, but it was the critical moment when the opponent's sword momentum was exhausted and couldn't change the move anymore. What a good Iron Fist young master. He really lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at this punch, the title of Iron Fist Young Master was well-deserved. Bang! His fist collided with the tip of the opponent's sword without any tricks. The sharp and shining tip of the sword didn't pierce through at all, and it was bounced off by the punch. Gao Yin'er's body rolled and retreated 7 or 8 meters. On the other hand, Zhuoxiaoduo stood up and walked towards Gao Yin'er with nimble steps that were neither fast nor slow. "You cheated!" Gao Yin'er screamed. "You have gloves on your hands." Zhuoxiaoduo said helplessly, "Student, I'm known as the Iron Fist Young Master. Isn't it normal for me to have gloves on my hands? Is this cheating?" The onlookers also laughed disdainfully. There was nothing wrong with what he said. You're holding a sword, so is it fair for the other party to fight you barehanded? How could he openly accuse them of cheating? What kind of logic was this? Or was this the logic of Fenghai City's number 13 middle school? However, everyone could see that Gao Yin'er's agility was far above that of Zhuoxiaoduo. What was more important was that Gao Yin'er's cultivation had exploded to its limit and revealed her true strength. Embryonic breathing realm. Once he collided with Zhuoxiaoduo, he could not withstand his opponent's strength. He immediately used his body movement skill to dodge the attack, then slowed down a little before attacking again. He seemed to be at ease. The situation was at a stalemate. At the very least, it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. However, many of the teachers felt that it was a pity. This Zhuoxiaoduo was really a rare genius. Using his bare fists to fight against a sharp sword, using his innate cultivation to fight against an embryonic breathing realm practitioner, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand every time. If it were not for the fact that Gao Yin'er's body movement skill and cultivation were excellent, she would have been defeated for a long time. It could be said that this child, Zhuoxiaoduo, was a battle genius. At this moment, Gao Yin'er let out a long whistle and suddenly unleashed her sword power. The sword wind made a hissing sound as it cut through the air. Streaks of sword chi appeared in an unprecedentedly swift and fierce manner. They rushed towards Zhuoxiaoduo from all directions, forming a four-sided encirclement with the intention of killing him. She thought that she had already figured out Zhuoxiao's ins and outs. She was determined to counterattack and attack with all her might. Every move, every style, and every sword was aimed at a vital point. Zhuoxiao's fists fell like rain. He tried his best to block every sword attack, but it was a pity that he missed a lot. As he let out a loud cry, his shoulder was slashed by the incoming sword qi. Following that, his thigh was also slashed, and fresh blood dripped out. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. However, at this moment, Zhuoxiao seemed to have lost his temper. With an angry roar, he suddenly changed his pace. There was a faint twinkle of starlight. Then, his whole body actually broke through the sword net and rushed forward. At this moment, Gao Yiner's sword was aimed at Zhuoxiao's throat, which was a vital point. The distance between the two of them was so close that it was difficult to dodge. Many people held their breaths and stared at the battle. There were even more people who had predicted the outcome of the battle and simply closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Zhuoxiao was in danger. Gao Yiner's sword was aimed at Zhuoxiao's throat. Although Zhuoxiao courageously broke through the sword net and had room to attack, he was inferior to his opponent in terms of attack distance, attack strength, and landing position. How could he turn the tables? However, at this moment, Zhuoxiao suddenly stopped and made an extremely bold and strange move. He tilted his head abruptly and then violently to one side. With this change, not only did he avoid the sword that was aimed at his throat, but he also used his shoulder and head to clamp the attacking sword. At the same time, his right fist roared like thunder and smashed heavily on Gao Yiner's delicate head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter burst out. Zhuoxiao quickly stepped back. A sword fell from his neck to the ground with a clang. Opposite him, Gao Yiner's beautiful head was directly smashed into pieces. Only her delicate headless body was left, powerlessly falling to the ground. This shocking turn of events was truly shocking and unimaginable. Gao Yiner, who had the absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, was actually smashed into pieces by a punch. No one would have thought that Zhuoxiao would be able to win in such a manner. The degree of danger was truly at its peak. That was a sword that clamped the opponent's strong sword aura with his neck. If there was even the slightest mistake, Zhuoxiao would definitely be the one to die. There was no chance that he would be beheaded by a sword. However, it was meaningless to talk about this now. Zhuoxiao had won, and Gao Yiner was dead. Zhuoxiao was bleeding from many places on his body. His neck was badly mutilated. It was obvious that the sword was not completely unscathed. At this moment, his eyes were full of astonishment. He stepped forward and said in a sorrowful voice, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop." Everyone saw it clearly. At that moment, if Zhuoxiao could not defeat Gao Yiner, then Zhuoxiao's head would have fallen off. How could he stop in such a situation? This was something that everyone could understand. "Zhuoxiao, you murderer!" With a cry, Gao Pinger rushed out with a sword light and stabbed at Zhuoxiao, who was retreating. This sudden attack came without any warning, rushing out just like that. This was no different from a sneak attack. It was even more despicable. Isn't this a sneak attack? Teacher Ma's face was full of dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the emotional aftermath of the murder of your family member? What kind of people does Fenghai High School cultivate? Teacher Ma did not have a good impression of Fenghai High School at all. Even if there was nothing wrong with it, in his eyes, there was no redeeming quality. There were exclamations from the audience. On the stage, Zhuoxiao, who was retreating, seemed to be completely surprised. He was completely caught off guard and shouted, "You're sneak attacking?" He used the star steps again. Starlight flashed again and again. Then, his whole body rose into the air. He punched the tip of the sword. Then, his feet strangely staggered. With a roar, he kicked out 17 or 18 times in a row. And in this series of counterattacks, none of his kicks missed. Gao Pinger, who rushed out angrily, was kicked in the temple by Zhuoxiao. The second kick landed on the lower abdomen, the third on the chest. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, until the 18th kick landed on the head. With a bang, Another beautiful head also exploded. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, he had probably unleashed all of his strength in a hurry. It was easy to unleash but difficult to retract. Only after he had kicked all of them did he fall from the sky. He fell to the ground and was battered and exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to hold onto a pole to stabilize himself. It could be seen that the scene just now was very thrilling. It was so fast. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had landed on the ground, roared again, "Shameless! How dare you sneak attack on the life and death arena?" Then, he got into a fighting posture and tried to turn around. As if he did not know that his opponent had been kicked to death, after he turned his head, he was suddenly stunned. He scratched his head in confusion and murmured, "How did he die?" It could be seen that his outburst just now was an unintentional act that he did not realize. Everyone was speechless. Apart from a few people who were close to Zhua, who saw the scene clearly, the rest of the people didn't see it clearly. With a flash of sword light, the beauty in white who tried to sneak attack died. All of this happened too abruptly, too quickly. It's an instinctive reaction. Teacher Ma took a deep breath. This is an extreme outburst of instinct. But this kid actually learned the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps of Kunlun Taoism. And he learned it well. He almost integrated it into his instincts. This is a level that can only be achieved when one is extremely familiar with it. The whole place was silent. In the blink of an eye, two beautiful girls who had a good figure and temperament died just like that. And they died so miserably. The first one fought for a long time and used all her strengths. She forced the opponent to use up all the strength of 9 oxen, 2 tigers, and a camel before she died. But what about the second one? Did he deliberately come out to die? Did he want to die? The opponent was completely unprepared. You jumped out to launch a sneak attack and got killed instantly. This does not seem to make sense. On the opposite side, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, and the rest were all cursing angrily. Their faces were full of grievances. You guys actually launched a sneak attack. Please guarantee the monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I'm leaving for the gathering soon. Chapter 330. Shameless Sneak Attack. Even in a normal arena, there is no sneak attack like this. Yes, this is the life and death arena. They actually use sneak attacks. Is this how the teachers of Fenghai 13 teach their students? Luckily, our boss reacted quickly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were killed by a sneak attack, would they just say that they were angry and impulsive, and everything would be fine? Too despicable, too shameless. I'm so angry, so angry. The 5 people's faces were filled with anger, their blood boiling, as if they had suffered a great grievance. Moreover, the whole audience echoed at the same time. Yes, this is clearly a shameless sneak attack. It's really too shameless. Whether they died or not is another matter, but this is a sneak attack for sure. Unexpectedly, not many people noticed that the Phoenix City's second high school, who looked so wronged, had already won 2 matches in a row without suffering any injuries. And the Fenghai 13 high school that was being condemned had already paid with 2 fresh lives. Hu Ruoyun looked helplessly at Li Chenglong and the others who were possessed by drama queens. These guys' anger and dissatisfaction couldn't be said to be fake, but the truth was that they couldn't go on stage, not because of the sneak attack. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai looked at each other, both feeling very tired. They really didn't know what to say about the team that they had brought up. One drama queen was performing on stage, acting with all her heart, while the other 5 were tearfully cooperating with her. Their acting was superb, simply at a textbook level. Both of them had a strange idea. Why don't we go back and suggest that the Phoenix City's second high school be changed into a film and television school? They don't even need to study. Each one of them is a proper movie king before they even graduate. On the opposite side, Wu Yuntian looked at the 2 corpses on stage, his eyes lifeless. He was very interested in this pair of sisters, and had been painstakingly pursuing them for a year, and finally made some progress, but now, his head was gone. Duo walked step by step back to his original position. Everyone could see that this kid's mental state was a bit unstable. He was still in shock, and his face was as pale as paper. His two legs even seemed to be trembling. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had really frightened him. At the judge's table, Teacher Ma's face was kind. Duo, you can ask for a break and substitute someone to go on stage. This was said with good intentions, even kindness. Duo had already fought 2 matches in a row, and both matches were filled with danger. Even if he still had the strength to fight, the mental exhaustion would not be small. Furthermore, the other members of second high school had not even made a move yet. At this moment, it was reasonable for them to switch out, and no one could object. But how could Wu Yuntian allow Duo to rest? This kid was still in shock. His strength. This was the best time to take his life. He drew his sword. Duo, the famous Iron Fist young master of Phoenix City. Is he going to run away like a turtle? Ma. But when he heard Wu Yuntian's words, as if he was provoked, he immediately stood up straight and shouted angrily, "You're the turtle!" A few of the judges said together, "This is a life and death battle. Once the battle is over, whether you want to continue or not is up to you. Don't be provoked." Wu Yuntian shouted, "You don't dare to fight with me? You don't dare." Duo, if you don't dare to fight, then you're a coward? I'm a hero. Then come, let's fight. Let's fight. Duo was furious. You think I'm scared of you? The judges sighed softly. This kid was good in every way. Why was he so easily provoked? He had already fought 2 matches, and his ultimate moves and fighting style had already been figured out by his opponent. If he continued fighting, it would be very dangerous. Wu Yuntian slowly drew his sword. The sword in the scabbard was already rubbing against the scabbard. Even though it was not out of the scabbard, it was already emitting a sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. It was breathtaking. With such momentum, anyone could imagine that when this sword was drawn, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Duo, you killed 2 of my classmates. You have to pay with your life. Wu Yuntian stared into Duo's eyes. Every word was like a malicious spirit demanding his life. Duo was stunned when he heard this, and then he was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's not talk about the life and death battle. It's either life or death. If you didn't force me to sign the life and death battle, how would I have fought with them? And how would they have died? In the life and death battle, if they didn't die, then I would die. Is it wrong for me to kill them? Wu Yuntian, if we trace the cause of their deaths, it's definitely not me, it's you. It's you? It's you who killed 2 of your classmates because of your selfish desires. Duo roared. You're the murderer. Duo's words seemed to be sophistry, as if he was twisting words and forcing logic, but for some reason, the more they heard, the more they felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it at all, because Duo had never asked for the life and death battle. Everything was because Wu Yuntian was relentless, using all kinds of words to provoke him, using all kinds of methods to force him to sign the life and death battle contract. Now that your own people have died, you're actually blaming him for killing your people? Do you think I can only let you kill them? There's no such logic in this world, right? The murderer, tracing back to the source, was indeed this Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian's face was gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Duo, give me your life. Duo looked up to the sky and laughed. I, the Iron Fist Prince, Duo, am not afraid of you. Bring it on, let's see who will win. Clang! An intense sword hum rang out, and a blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to be blinded in an instant. Wu Yuntian unsheathed his long sword. The moment he unsheathed his sword, he had already performed the move of becoming one with his sword. Together with his sword, the sword light shot up to the sky like a rocket, bringing along a long tail of flame as it shot towards Duo. Wu Yuntian obviously hated Duo to the core. He didn't want to be entangled with this brat anymore. and only wanted to tear Zhou Xiaoduo into pieces with one strike of his sword. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, "Come on!" Following his shout, the starlight under his feet lit up again. With a wave of his hands, two almost invisible lights flashed and disappeared. Following that, Zhou Xiaoduo performed the star steps with all his strength. His eyes were filled with brilliant starlight, and his footsteps were unpredictable, rushing towards Wu Yuntian's sword. The white light flashed and disappeared in the sword light. Wu Yuntian, who had been charging forward with an imposing aura, did not know why, but his sword light suddenly became chaotic. Following that, he let out a heart-wrenching, extremely painful scream. Despicable. My eyes. His footwork was also suddenly messed up, and Zhou Xiaoduo had already rushed forward like a meteor chasing after the moon. His body was overflowing with boundless starlight, gorgeous and magnificent. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the elegant young master, a peerlessly beautiful young man, stepped on the starlight, elegantly and at ease, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, like a swimming dragon. He was really handsome. As the endless starlight surged, the Dragon Gate kick appeared, brazenly attacking. Boom! The kick was aimed at Wu Yuntian's crotch. After the successful attack, he didn't hesitate and kicked again and again, like a continuous stream of 36 kicks, all aimed at the same spot, like a meteor falling one after another. It was all in the crotch. Somewhere on the spectator stand, someone snorted in an extremely angry voice, "Bastard." What? This match is being watched by the whole nation. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted loudly, his whole body spinning in the air, and as he rose, Wu Yuntian's body was also kicked up into the air one after another. Once the Dragon Gate kick was used, the speed was almost as if there was no need to change space. It was really too fast, as if there was no way to stop. 36 kicks landed on the crotch of Wu Yuntian's pants. His entire body was kicked 40 meters into the air. After the last kick, Wu Yuntian's entire body exploded in midair, turning into minced meat that scattered in all directions. And after the last kick, Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be in a state where he couldn't control himself. His two legs were like a whirlwind, kicking out 17 or 18 times in the air, before finally stopping. Countless pieces of minced meat could be seen everywhere on the spectator stands. There were bodies everywhere. Wu Yuntian's crotch was directly smashed by Zhou Xiaoduo's Dragon Gate kick. Retch, retch. Instantly, the sound of vomiting was heard. It was really too disgusting. Many people were nervously watching the battle on the stage with their mouths agape, not daring to breathe. Who would have thought that pieces of minced meat would fly into their mouths? This was not the ordinary kind of disgust. It was as if disaster had fallen from the sky while they were in the stands. It was extremely unlucky. At this moment, other than the sound of vomiting, the whole place was silent. There was no other sound. Even many of the high martial arts teachers who were watching the battle did not see clearly what had happened. Why did Wu Yuntian rush out with such a strong momentum? But in the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the crotch, all the way to his death, until his body was smashed to pieces. This Fenghai City's number 13 high school teacher, Li Chengqiu, jumped up in the stands, disregarding his manners, and shouted, "Despicable! Shameless! Zhou Xiaoduo, you actually used a hidden weapon to ambush him. Zhou Xiaoduo, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." On the other side, Luo Lai laughed loudly. Funny, really funny. In the life and death arena, life and death are decided in an instant. I would like to ask, is there a rule that forbids the use of any means? Li Chengqiu, if you can't afford to lose, don't make such a big fuss. Saying all those useless things will only make people laugh at you. Fenghai City's number 13 high school, is this all you have? As for the judges, their faces were filled with shock, including the horse-faced teacher Ma. They all saw Zhou Xiaoduo use a hidden weapon, but they did not see what kind of weapon he used. However, their experience and knowledge told them that at least one thing was certain. This Iron Fist young master did not use Iron Fist in this battle at all. At the moment of life and death, this Iron Fist young master actually used another martial art. I really can't go all out today. There are 15 or 16 guys in the office waiting for me to finish writing and play with them. There's no other way to gather my comrades. However, I still need to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. It's okay if my brothers and sisters don't give it to me. I didn't go all out today. Chapter 331. The live stream was broadcasted. The internet was already in an uproar. Did I see wrongly just now? May I ask where the iron fist of this Iron Fist prince is? I didn't see the iron fist. I only saw the crotch kick. It's so skillful. This leg technique is awesome. What kind of leg is this? It's so suitable for women's self-defense. Please tell me its name. This is the Dragon Gate Kick, the unique skill of the Kunlun sect. The Dragon Gate Kick is awesome. It's really the best crotch kick. Awesome. Broken voice. I didn't expect the Kunlun sect's Dragon Gate Kick to be used like this. I didn't think much of the Dragon Gate Kick before, but now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. This leg technique is suitable for crotch kicks. The person above is a genius. The crotch kick is awesome. Duh. They were led astray by their own eyes, and the audience was singing praises of the crotch kick. Zhuoxiao Duo wins. Teacher Ma stood up to announce the result, and then said, Zhuoxiao Duo, come forward. Zhuoxiao Duo tidied up the dust on his body, walked forward obediently, and said respectfully, Hello, Teacher Ma. Hello, judges. This kid is so polite. Many judges praised him in their hearts. He was honest, sincere, and courteous. Most importantly, he was so handsome. Just the fact that he was pleasing to the eyes alone was enough to give him bonus points. Now everyone knew that Zhuoxiao Duo had other means to win. Although they didn't know what it was, they shouldn't ask in public. This was obviously Zhuoxiao Duo's life-saving trump card. Asking would be equivalent to harming him, but they couldn't help but be curious. Zhuoxiao Duo, a female teacher said pleasantly, in these few battles, did you bring any heavy equipment? This was a question based on experience. After all, Long Yuxing and the others were all carrying a considerable amount of weight on their bodies while they were fighting. As the team leader, Zhuoxiao Duo might be fighting in the life and death arena, but he might have brought it. Zhuoxiao Duo hesitated. Facing the eyes of more than a dozen teachers, he finally nodded shyly. Yes, yes. These two words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of all the teachers. The life and death arena actually had a weight-bearing state. Was he courting death, or was he overconfident? This match came too quickly. My emotions are also a little out of control because of the excitement. Zhuoxiao Duo was an honest man. He stammered. I forgot that I have heavy equipment on me, so I can't perform accurately. Did he forget that he was carrying weights, causing me to misperform time and time again? This place made everyone feel dizzy again. However, after thinking about it for a while, it seemed to make sense. After all, Zhuoxiao Duo had lost control of his body after winning 2 matches. It was obvious that it was the result of poor control. Can I ask how heavy you are? The female teacher's eyes were already burning with passion. With innate cultivation, he had defeated 3 embryonic breathing realm practitioners in 3 consecutive battles. Furthermore, he was carrying weights. If he wasn't a freak, then what was he? Zhuoxiao Duo touched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm slightly heavier than my classmates, about 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin? Before today, Zhuoxiao Duo felt that it would be too shocking if he had to carry 60,000 jin of weights on his body. Hence, he changed it to a pair of 5,000 jin of weights on his arms. The few teachers' eyes bulged at the same time. What the fuck? Can I see? Teacher Ma rubbed his hands. Yes, most of my weights come from a pair of arm guards. Rather than calling it a weight, it's better to call it a weapon. Zhuoxiao Duo rolled up his trousers and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his arms. Frowning, he calculated and said, the arm guards on both arms are 5,000 jin each, so it's 10,000 jin in total. There are some other weights on my body and legs. At most, it's a few thousand jin. Altogether, it's not even 15,000 jin. All the teachers sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Carrying 15,000 Jin of weights, he could still jump freely and move normally. He could jump in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He could step into the starlight with the star steps and kick open the dragon gate. This kid was just an innate expert, but he was already an innate fighting embryo breath and won instantly. Such aptitude. Being a freak was no longer enough to describe him. This was a heaven-defying style. Teacher Ma's eyes were burning. Zhuo Duo, thank you for speaking up for us just now. Huayong High Martial Arts. If you have anything to say it after the competition. Another teacher interrupted him sternly. The life and death arena is not over yet. If you talk nonsense, won't you disturb Zhuo Duo's state of mind? Teacher Ma gritted his teeth and looked at the teacher with a gaze, as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. Zhuo Duo had defeated the opponent's captain, so there was no suspense. Although there was still one more round according to the rules, who would dare to come up and die? What did he mean by the life and death arena was not over yet? This bastard obviously didn't want me to say anything. Poor me, I had to lower my status and use what happened just now as a topic. What the fuck? The female teacher who spoke just now smiled even more gently. Zhuo Duo, let's talk about the competition just now. I'm Ding Xilan from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. I'm really curious, how did you win just now? Although I know you must have used a hidden weapon, I really couldn't tell what kind of hidden weapon it was. And that leg technique of yours. At the critical moment of life and death, what kind of leg technique did you use? The other teachers were holding their breaths and admiring him. Look at him. He naturally revealed his identity according to the context. The whole process was natural, and he even used the words to ask a question. He was really good, this eloquence was really good. He was indeed from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. He was so pretentious that he could even play mind games better than others. They were ashamed of their inferiority. However, this question was also what everyone wanted to ask the most. Teacher Ding, you have sharp eyes. I did use a hidden weapon. Zhuo Duo took out a handful of sparkling and translucent small gourds, small buttons, small orchids, small. They were all very delicate, very beautiful, sparkling and translucent. Isn't this an ordinary low-quality jade? A teacher picked up a small gourd and said in surprise, "This? Is it?" "That's it," Zhuo Duo said innocently. "Why do you use these flashy things? Why don't you use a stronger material? What kind of lethality can these hidden weapons have?" The teacher frowned and felt that it was very inconceivable. "Why do you want to practice hidden weapons?" Another teacher asked. "It's quite beautiful." A female teacher said. "It's just that it's not lethal enough." There were different opinions, and they all focused their attention on Zhuo Duo. "I'm just thinking that these hidden weapons don't have much lethality." Zhuo Duo smiled honestly and said, "Hidden weapons can easily kill the enemy in a sneak attack. But with mine, it won't be fatal under normal circumstances. I'm still at the stage of learning, and there's still some time before I can really fight against the UMNO Alliance on the battlefield. Hidden weapons are a kind of transitional weapon for me, and they can't be used as a trump card for a long time. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I guess I won't use them anymore." This kid is really kind-hearted and thoughtful. As for using hidden weapons and leg skills, Zhuo Duo coughed and explained embarrassedly. "Actually, the nickname Iron Fist Young Master is just a normal disguise. My current life-saving method is this hidden weapon and the Dragon Gate Kick, which is my real trump card. In the battle just now, if Wu Yuntian really rushed over, with the cultivation strength he showed and the power of his moves, I might really be in danger. After all, my cultivation is not enough, so I chose to use a hidden weapon to interfere. At that time, he was so angry that he hit me in the eyes." Zhuo Duo looked ashamed and said uneasily, "This is a battle of life and death, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right?" No. How can it be considered breaking the rules? Of course it's fine, it's fine." Several teachers nodded in affirmation at the same time. They warned each other with their eyes and felt a little ashamed. This child was really honest. In just a few words, he actually revealed his trump card. Sigh. As teachers, It's really not nice of us to use our status and power to get this information out of him. I hope no one will tell this to others. Teacher Ding Xiulan of Shangjing Ancestral Dragon High School looked at the others and said, "This is a life-saving trump card, and it can't be revealed." The other teachers nodded in agreement. This was a necessary guarantee. Each and every one of them looked at Zhuo Duo with an indescribable admiration and fondness. What a good kid. He respected his teachers and was gentle and courteous. He was honest and sincere, and he was loyal and righteous. He was determined, righteous, and handsome. Zhuo Duo, your temper is too straightforward. Teacher Ding Xiulan sighed and said, "When you encounter injustice, you stand up for justice. When you meet people who are good to you, you pour your heart out. If you do this, you will suffer in the future. Sai, you can come to Ancestral Dragon High School. I will do my best to teach you." Otherwise, when you enter society in the future, with your straightforward temper, the other teachers admired him more and more. They were so impressed that they wanted to prostrate themselves. This act of poaching was really done without the slightest trace of human activity. Zhuo Duo opened his eyes wide and said seriously, "Teachers, you are all respected elders. You are all respected seniors. Of course, I have to tell the truth. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say it. I'm not stupid." Ha ha ha. Good kid. All the teachers felt a burst of warm feeling. Such a good kid was a peerless genius, a peerless demon. If he could come to their school and become a legend, it was foreseeable. Almost all the teachers present had this thought in their hearts. There was a cry from the opposite side. Teacher Li Chengqiu of Fenghai City's number 13 high school said angrily, "Zhuo Duo, you murderer. Fenghai City's number 13 high school will never let you go." Chapter 332. Li Chengqiu was going crazy. 3 top geniuses from 2 big families had died in one battle. It was not hard to imagine what he would suffer when he returned. Before anyone could speak, Ding Xiulan had already stepped out. Her expression was cold, and her voice was cold. "Li Chengqiu, as a teacher, you should be a role model. What you said just now, only you could say that. I only ask you, was the life and death battle proposed by your people? Let me ask you again, did your people sign the life and death contract? The third question is, what are the rules of the life and death battle?" Ding Xiulan did not hide her disdain. "You forced others to sign the life and death contract, forced others to fight to the death. Now that your own people are dead, you actually say that the other party is a murderer?" If this sentence was said by a student of 13th high school, I can understand it as a moment of anger, and the teacher did not teach properly. But as a teacher, you actually said such words. How can you be a role model? Let's not talk about others. As long as I, Ding Xiulan, am in this world, Fenghai City's 13th high school and the families of the dead students, including everyone, if anyone dares to play dirty and make a move on Zhuo Duo, or the students of Phoenix City, I, Ding Xiulan, will fight to the death with you. Ding Xiulan's face was cold, and her voice was powerful. This is the rule of martial arts. This is the fate of martial artists. This is the Longhu ranking battle. This is high martial arts enrollment. Who dares to offend? Ding Xiulan looked around. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Life and death are predestined. Our ancestral Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Who is not convinced? Stand out. At this moment, Teacher Ding Xiulan was really domineering and awe-inspiring. The other teachers also agreed. That's right. Teacher Ding is right, I agree. If anyone wants to take revenge on Zhuo Duo, they must first go through me. Ma Zhangxi. Teacher Ma also stood out. Our Huayang High School will not sit by and watch this kind of phenomenon. We will definitely put an end to it. Below the stage, Teacher Luo Yinling shouted. Our Northeast Jade Sun High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate it will be severely punished. Our Hidden Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate the rules will be in vain. The few teachers who spoke too late cursed in their hearts while shouting out the name of their school. Otherwise, These geniuses would really be taken away by Ding Xilan. This woman really wasn't a good person. Looking at how she grasped the opportunity and how she was the first to stand out, the gazes of those young men were burning with respect. Damn it, it was so good to be a woman. She could act shamelessly as much as she wanted. These beautiful words were really beautiful. Countless male teachers felt that their gender was really wrong. Competing with this group of female teachers, there was really no advantage at all. At the very least, he had never even thought about such a thing before. It's not that our thinking isn't meticulous, it's purely the disadvantage of our gender. As a man, it was too unfair. Zhuoxiao's eyes were brimming with tears. Thank you, teachers, for speaking up for me. Thank you so much. With your words, my heart instantly calmed down. My home is instantly safe. Ding Xilan gently nodded and said, Xiaoduo, don't be afraid. Teacher will stand up for you. The other teachers felt their teeth ache again. They really wanted to leave in a huff. She was too shameless. With this tone, she actually directly called Xiaoduo and called herself a teacher. Your ancestral Dragon High School is one of the top 3 famous schools. Is there a need to? Do you lack geniuses? Is there a need to lower your status to compete with us? Is there a need to? Ding Xilan's gaze locked onto Li Chengqiu and said in an unusually dignified manner, Li Chengqiu, I only want to ask you, in the following 4th battle, is your Fenghai 13 still going to fight? Fight or not? This was a question. The numerous teachers present all looked at this teacher Li with ridicule in their eyes. They saw him standing there like a wooden chicken. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He said dejectedly, No, we admit defeat. Teacher Ma Zhangxi snorted and said, Admit defeat? According to the rules of the life and death ring, once the life and death contract is signed, the battle will be fought to the last one. How can it be settled by just admitting defeat and forfeiting? Li Chengqiu said with grief and indignation, We have already admitted defeat. Could it be that the teachers of high school have to be so overbearing? Do you have to watch the seed students of our school die? Ma Zhangxi said coldly, Did we force you to sign the life and death contract? You were full of murderous intent and forced the opponent to sign the life and death contract. If you were the one who had the upper hand now, would you be merciful and let the defeated opponent go? Li Chengqiu, if you can't afford to play, why should you sign the life and death contract? Li Chengqiu's face was ashen, extremely twisted and ferocious. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ma Zhangxi shouted, What? Spitting blood to gain sympathy. The life and death ring is not something that you can cancel with a mere mouthful of blood. Li Chengqiu, quickly let your side enter the life and death ring. Continue to fight. Enter the ring. Ma Zhangxi shouted loudly. The remaining 3 students of Fenghai's 13 middle school were all pale, their bodies trembling like sieves. For the first time, they felt that the road of martial arts was actually so dangerous. The feeling of imminent death was so real and urgent. Ma Zhangxi really hated Li Chengqiu to the bone. Otherwise, from his standpoint, he would have tried to mediate the situation and asked Xiaoduo for a favor to end this match. However, Li Chengqiu's words were harsh, and he even scolded Huayang and Gao together. Since this enmity had already been formed, this was a great opportunity to hit him when he was down. Even if he wanted to kill him, why not? He just wanted to make him lose face. Anyway, he would definitely not dare to send another student to the ring. If he sent another student to the ring, it would not be Xiaoduo killing people, but Li Chengqiu sending students to their deaths. How could the families of the remaining 3 students let go of the initiator of this battle, Li Chengqiu? Teacher Ma, Teacher Ding, Xiaoduo said with a face full of pity. Students Xiaoduo, what do you want to say? Since the other party has already admitted defeat, victory and defeat are clear. Let's just forget about it. After all, the other 3 students did not sign the life and death arena contract. Forcing this life and death arena contract on them, I feel a little bad. Zhuoxiao's face was honest and sincere, and he couldn't bear it. As the winner of the life and death battle, I will end the rest of the battle with the result of not winning the remaining 3 battles. Is this okay? Duo said in a deep voice. This sentence immediately won the cheers of the audience. Countless people felt that. This child was too good at heart, too kind. He was really a good child with a kind heart, and took the overall situation into consideration. This kind of child, and this kind of peerless talent at that, was really hard to find even with a lantern in hand. In time, he would definitely be a pillar of the Astral Soul's mainland. Today was just the beginning of his legend, the first battle of the mythical voyage, the first chapter. The battle for the top 20, Phoenix City's 2nd high school versus Fenghai City's 13th high school, ended. Phoenix City's 2nd high school strode forward with its head held high, advancing into the top 15, while its opponent, Fenghai City's 13th high school, sadly ended, announcing their withdrawal from the competition in advance. There was no other reason than that the team was directly crippled. 3 of the 6 contestants were dead, and the captain and vice-captain were dead. The surviving team members had already lost their will to fight. That afternoon, Li Chengqiu and the other teacher hurriedly left Nanji City with the 3 remaining team members. Before the life and death battle ended, Li Chengqiu and the other teacher's cell phones were exploding with calls. This match was broadcasted live on the internet. Life and death battle. 3 people died on the spot. This kind of thing, this kind of result, might be a lively event in the eyes of others, but in Fenghai City, it was a big deal that had already set off a tsunami. The principal's office of Fenghai City's 13th high school had been smashed into smithereens by the furious principal. In Fenghai City School, the higher-ups of the Wu family and the Gao family were all present. Now that they could not find trouble with Duo, their anger was directed at Li Chengqiu. It was clearly Fenghai City's side who proposed the life and death battle. Shouldn't they have absolute confidence? Why did things turn out like this? How did Li Chengqiu lead his team? How dare he agree to something like the life and death battle without absolute confidence? Fuck Li Chengqiu. Is his brain stuffed with suspenders? Without the instruction of the lead teacher, why would my T-Honor sign the life and death battle contract? Li Chengqiu, you murderer. My 2 daughters are even more innocent. They were purely forced to their deaths by Li Chengqiu and Wu Yuntian. Fuck your mother's fart. What does this have to do with our Tiana? Who the fuck are you scolding? If it wasn't for your Wu Yuntian who insisted on signing the life and death contract, would my daughters have died? Wu, you will pay with your life. The chaos in Fenghai City involved the 2 major families, the local martial arts school and the 3 factions. It almost instantly spread to the entire city. The entire 13th high school was in a state of paralysis. Countless parents rushed into the school. Is your teacher retarded? He actually scolded the Huayang High School teachers directly in the live broadcast? Bastard! Are you trying to cut off my child's future path of advancement? Now, I don't know how many high school martial arts schools will no longer accept students from Fenghai 13th High School. Are you satisfied? I'm really unlucky to send my son to your school. Now that my child's future has been ruined by you, are you satisfied? You have to take responsibility. Bah, can you take responsibility? I'm really a fucking dog for choosing your school. What about my child's future? Can anyone think of a way? 13th high school must take responsibility. Usually, you collect money so quickly, you can't wait to suck us dry. Now that I've seen it, the entire school from top to bottom, from inside to outside, is obviously full of idiots. I'm not talking about the students, I'm talking about the teachers. Does anyone have any objections? A bunch of retards, run your fucking school. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll definitely go to the Martial Arts Bureau to complain about you. You're a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. You don't even have the basic morals. You don't even have a mouth, only filthy words. Chapter 333. Let's not talk about how chaotic Fenghai City was. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing a branch. Now, the focus was still on the Longhu list. Phoenix City No. 2 High School was still in the top 15 with a winning record and ranked first in total points. They were high up, looking down on the heroes, especially the captain, Zhuo Duo, who rose to fame in a single battle. He was brave, resourceful, intelligent, wise, honest, respectful, courteous, and kind-hearted. He received the praise of almost the entire society. This kind of praise was hard to buy even with money. Of course, there were also people who spoke sourly on the internet. No matter how good Zhuo Duo is, he's still a murderer. Why doesn't he know how to be merciful when it's possible to spare people? 3 fresh human lives were all buried in his hands. How can 2 bloody hands be considered benevolent? This kind of argument, as soon as it appeared, would immediately be criticized to the point of being depressed. That was the life and death ring. If you're so kind, why don't you go up and try? As long as you go up the ring and wait for death, we will believe your words. You are doing it for the sake of justice, not for the sake of standing and talking. Instead, kicking people in the crotch became a hot topic. The Kunlun Taoist sect began to be known by the public. Currently, among the 4 hot favorites to win the championship, Phoenix City No. 2 High School once again took back one of the spots. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, which was originally a hot favorite to win the championship, encountered Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. They fought until the last person and finally lost. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who won, also had a tragic victory. These 2 schools had fought for an entire afternoon. Exhaustion was secondary. All the students who participated in the battle were covered in bruises and injuries. There were few who were lucky. However, the audience at their battle arena was not even 1/10 of the audience who watched Phoenix City No. 2 High School's life and death ring. After the bitter battle, the victory and defeat did not stir up any waves. There were not even many people discussing it. The battle on the stage was extremely tragic, but the internet below the stage was deserted. In the next battle for the top 15, the top 11 would advance to the next round. In the battle on the morning of the second day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School encountered a team. Originally, their overall combat power was quite impressive. They had 2 practitioners who had advanced to the embryonic breathing realm and could be said to be a strong team. It was a pity that after the continuous battles, they were basically crippled. Moreover, all of them were injured. With such a lineup, against Phoenix City's second high school, which was still strong and full of fighting power, they simply admitted defeat after only 2 rounds. The battle prowess of both sides were not on the same level at all. It was better not to lose face. This smooth battle had successfully sent Phoenix City's No. 2 High School into the top 11, and they were still in first place in terms of total points. The next battle was the battle of the top 8, and for the teams that were able to make it this far, all of the students were the cream of the crop. None of them were mediocre. The next round of the quarterfinals would be held 2 days later. This was the usual practice of the large competition. At this stage of the large competition, it was inevitable that the members of every battle team would be injured and exhausted, their strength greatly reduced. Therefore, he deliberately set aside 2 days of rest to allow the exhausted students to rest and recover. He didn't deliberately target anyone, nor did he have the intention to provide assistance to anyone. South G City even opened up the martial arts nourishment chamber and provided the nourishment cabins for the participating students to use for free. This allowed the teams that made it into the top 11 to have the benefit of recuperation and nourishment. Although Phoenix City's second high school was in first place in terms of points and also had this treatment, all of their members were in good condition and their battle prowess was not affected at all. Originally, they did not need this kind of recovery aid. But the bad thing was that the other party was too obvious with their intention of giving way. Your Phoenix City's second high school probably doesn't need the nourishment cabins. These words were said with a hint of hypocrisy. Of course we do. Zhuo Duo, who valued wealth more than life, did not wait for the others to speak. He immediately agreed without hesitation. We really need them. Thank you for the considerate arrangement of the large competition. Thank you. The other party could not help but be dumbfounded. Out of all the teams, you are the only ones who do not have any injuries. Every one of you is full of energy. What do you need the nourishment cabins for? To soak in a bath? We have been fighting fiercely for several days. Our muscles and bones are already aching. We need to recuperate. Thank you. Thank you. When can we go? Zhuoxiaoduo's face was full of enthusiasm. He held the other party's hand and did not let go for a long time. This person's face was distorted. We can do it now. You guys are the first in the large competition. Naturally, you guys will be the first to recover. Every team has 5 hours of recuperation time. Because there are a lot of injured people in this large competition, more nourishment cabins will be used than usual. Great. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was full of smiles. Wait for me. Let us pack up and take off all the weights. Then take us there. As he spoke, he led the few fellows into the inner room. He even slammed the door shut. The other party's nose was almost flattened by the door. He was speechless and puzzled. You guys are not injured. Why do you need the nourishment cabins? Do you really want to soak in a bath? Inside the room, Long Yuxing and the others who knew the purpose of the nourishment cabins were also puzzled. Zhuo, we are not injured. Why do we need the nourishment cabins? You don't really plan to use that thing to soak in a bath, do you? Long Yuxing asked, puzzled. I say, you 5 iron fools, why can't you think deeper? Zhuoxiaoduo was exasperated. Can't we enter the nourishment cabins if we are not injured? Who said that? Who made the rule? If we are not injured, why do we go in? Is it just to soak in a bath? Wan Lixio looked puzzled. Stupid. Zhuoxiaoduo lowered his voice. If any of you talk about soaking in a bath again, be careful. I will get angry with you. The nourishment liquid in the nourishment cabins is the purest spiritual energy. How can it be compared to bath water? Even if you are not injured, you don't even know how to drink it? This is a great bargain delivered to our doorstep. What? Wan Lixio's voice almost changed. Drink? The others were also horrified. They looked at Zhuoxiaoduo as if they were looking at a crazy demon. Boss, even if you value money more than life, you can't be so extreme, right? Zhuoxiaoduo was furious. What? Am I wrong? Or is that thing poisonous? Yes. It's not poisonous, but... Wan Lixio looked conflicted. Will we die if we drink it? Zhuoxiaoduo asked again. No. But... Are there any benefits to drinking it? Zhuoxiaoduo asked 3 times. Of course there are benefits, but... Zhuoxiaoduo waved his hand and interrupted them. Since it's not poisonous and you won't die from drinking it, why are you hesitating? You don't want to take advantage of it delivered to your mouth? Zhuoxiaoduo pointed at the 5 people. You want to become strong masters with this kind of awareness? You want to catch up with me? You don't even dare to drink a mouthful of the nourishment liquid. Do you think it's dirty? Do you know how much you can gain from drinking a belly full of nourishment liquid and slowly digesting it? Do you know how much your cultivation base can increase after drinking it? Do you know how much it can increase your strength? Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the 5 people in surprise. What is in your brain? Is it brain matter? Why do I look down on each and every one of you now? This kind of look down. Why don't you look down on us forever? Seeing that everyone was still conflicted and hesitant, Zhuoxiaoduo directly ordered. Since we're going later and the matter is settled, I'm not afraid to tell you that if anyone doesn't drink it, if anyone doesn't drink enough, I'll beat him to death when he comes back. Also, don't even think about participating in the competition after this. I'm the captain and I have the final say. Hee. Wait here. Let's go. Zhuoxiaoduo opened the door and left. The 5 people behind him, each of them had different expressions as they followed him out shyly. When the 6 people from Phoenix City No. 2 High School finished using the nourishment pods and left, the person in charge of looking after the nourishment pods discovered that a large portion of the nourishment liquid had gone down. The person in charge of the nourishment pods couldn't help but be shocked. These children looked fine, but it turned out that they had suffered serious internal injuries and had to use so much nourishment liquid to heal. It really wasn't easy. No wonder they could get first place. They had risked their lives to get it. When Hu Ruoyun and Luolai returned from a meeting, it was already past dinner time. They frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't I see you guys eating when we were eating?" Then, when they carefully sized up the few of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As far as the eye could see, Zhuo Duo and the rest of the 6 people were lying on the sofa with big bellies, holding their stomachs and groaning. The size of their stomachs was not much different from that of a pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's eyes almost popped out. You guys, what kind of food did you secretly eat? Why are you so full? Wan Lixio blushed and hid her head in her armpit, not saying a word. Li Qinglong looked around and saw that no one was speaking. He coughed and played the role of vice captain. Cough, it's like this. In the afternoon, we went to the nourishment pods to soak for a bit, and then? Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai stared at him and asked. Unders was orders. Li Qinglong held his stomach and said with difficulty, we drank all the nourishment pods in the nourishment pods. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's feelings and thoughts were simply indescribable. It was a subtle feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Zhuo said that it was the essence of spiritual energy. Yu Moyan held his stomach and said, it was very beneficial. Hu Ruoyun was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say. Spiritual energy. Of course, it was the purest form of spiritual energy. It was indeed beneficial. This. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Have you guys not thought about how many people have soaked in it? Luo Lai was speechless. Zhuo said, we were the first batch to use it this time. There was a high chance that the nourishment pods were newly infused. Even if they weren't, nourishment pods are still nourishment pods. There is no difference in essence. Drinking it will bring us more benefits. It's better than being beaten to death because of lack of benefits. Long Yuxing held his stomach and explained weakly. The key was that he was too full. He really didn't have the energy to speak. Chapter 334. Zhuo Duo was at the side, holding his stomach as he tried to digest. He rolled his eyes. Look at how reluctant these guys are. Humph. You will know the benefits after you digest it. You don't know how to thank me. You still owe me money for the space ring. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai went outside to rest as if they were sleepwalking. It looked like the 6 of them didn't need to eat for the time being. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Hu Ruoyun said softly, it would be strange if these guys don't succeed in the future. Luo Lai nodded. It was hard to accept at the beginning, but after thinking about it, what they said and did was right. Use all means to become stronger. This is the heart of a strong warrior. Luo Lai sighed and felt sad. Why didn't I think of drinking a little at that time? Hu Ruoyun retched instinctively. Until the afternoon of the second day, their stomachs were still bulging. According to Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, even if you have to pee, you have to endure it and focus on cultivating. Try to absorb as much as you can. If you really can't absorb anymore, then do those useless things. It's really useful. Wan Lixio was exultant. I feel that a lot of new vitality has seeped into my meridians. This growth is still happening. I really want to drink more. Everyone else's faces were also filled with joy. Don't you think it's dirty now? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wan Lixio and teased. Dirty. It's still dirty, but it's really useful. Wan Lixio was embarrassed. For strength. Humph. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said, now, I'll teach you another lesson. Once you enter the higher martial arts level, challenge the strong once in a while. Let yourself be seriously injured, or at least make it look like you're seriously injured. Then try to enter the nutrition cabin. Let me tell you, the nutrition cabin of the higher martial arts level is much stronger than what we're drinking now. The 5 people's eyes lit up as they nodded their heads, looking as if they were deep in thought. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know that his impromptu training had caused a lot of trouble for the major martial arts schools in the future. Now, he was listing out the remaining 10 teams. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had agreed to Zhuo Xiaoduo's request and brought back the videos of the other team's previous matches. The 8 of them each had a computer and were watching videos with their headsets. Zhuo Xiaoduo was watching 3 videos each. After he finished reading, 3 of the teams were directly thrown into the cold palace by him. The captains of these 3 teams are at most as strong as Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Long Yusheng. The others are nothing special. It would be strange if Zhou Xiaoduo was interested in such an opponent. He strolled behind the other 7 people. Stop. Show her. Let's pause for a moment. Long Yusheng, your pause. Teacher Luo, your pause. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. I have to watch these 3 videos one by one. These 3? Hu Ruoyun also paused her own video and said, Hidden Dragon 1, Feng Hai 3, Yang Luoi? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded and said, Yes. I suggest you watch Shui Cheng as well, Hu Ruoyun said. Apart from us, this is the most popular team to win the championship. I don't need to watch Shui Cheng. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Hu Ruoyun's page and said, The 6 people in Shui Cheng are the kind of people who can make friends. They are very open and chivalrous. Oh? Hu Ruoyun frowned and wondered, Are you praising them? Why do I feel that it doesn't sound right? Everyone roared with laughter at once. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, It's really a compliment. Although I don't agree with their approach, it doesn't mean that I don't have a good impression of these 6 people. On the contrary, I really appreciate them. They are standard martial artists who follow the standard spirit of martial arts. They won't hide anything. They will be a dignified army throughout the whole process. The 2 armies will confront each other with pure strength. They disdain to use any tricks. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously to Long Yusheng and others, These 6 people, after you go to your respective high martial arts universities in the future, if you're destined to become classmates with them, you can make friends with them. Each of them belongs to the kind of people who can entrust their backs to you. You can't be wrong. Wan Lixio and others wrote it down seriously. They had never seen Zhou Xiaoduo praise anyone. This was the first time in history. People who could be evaluated by Zhou Xiaoduo like this must not be wrong. This was already the consensus of the 5 people, also known as basic common sense. The headmaster of Shui City No. 1 Middle School was the general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan, the sword of no return. When Gu Qianfan was the first vanguard of the Southern Army, he would go forward in every battle and would rather break than bend. His sword of no return meant that he would rather go straight and not ask for something in a curve. Once the sword is out, there is no turning back. Hu Ruoyun sighed and said, Headmaster Gu Qianfan later encountered the Grand Sage of Fire in a battle. Half of his body was destroyed by the true essence fire. The frontline doctors tried all means but still couldn't repair it. His life was in danger. In order to save his life, Marshal Nan Zhangqian personally asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill. The one who had the Heaven Reversal Pill was Old Minister Nan of the Ministry of Finance, who was Marshal Nan's father. The old man's request was that the Marshal of the Southern Army should come back to take over the Ministry of Finance when his term was up. Otherwise, he would not give the Heaven Reversal Pill. Marshal Nan agreed immediately and asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill to save Gu Qianfan's life. Gu Qianfan felt ashamed to face Marshal Nan. He was disabled, so he resolutely retired from the army. Later, he became the headmaster of Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School until now. Since then, all the students from Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School have been like this. They would rather break than bend and die than submit. Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School will never accept those who have a slightly wrong character, even if their qualifications are incredible. Hu Ruoyun said, Gu Qianfan is a legendary figure. It's natural for him to teach such students. It's not surprising. He's indeed a legendary figure. It's just a normal operation to teach 6 upright heroes in one breath. Zhou Xiaoduo said, You don't say. The 6 of them are like the same mold. It's amazing. He smiled and said, In fact, if Long Yusheng and Yu Moyan hadn't been with me for a long time, they should be such people. Li Qinglong said lazily, I know. One who stays with ink will be stained black. Swollen. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes showed a fierce light. Give me the money in your space ring quickly. Li Qinglong coughed and replied very casually, What are you shouting for? I don't have money now. When I earn money in the future, I will naturally give it to you. Why are you in a hurry? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay it back? Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless and said to Hu Ruoyun, Look, what kind of quality the students in our school have. Hu Ruoyun pursed her lips and smiled. I remember that Li Qinglong was very honest before he met you. I also think that what he said just now is really right. One who stays with the cinnabar is marked by the red. The students taught by the old headmaster Gu are first class open and above board. Well, Xiao Duo, I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. Zhou Xiao Duo was hit by this sentence and directly closed his eyes. He silently turned around and watched the video. As Zhou Xiao Duo watched, he constantly paused and tilted his head to watch. After a while, the others gathered behind him. The captain and vice captain of Hidden Dragon High School No. 1 are both hiding their strength and hiding a lot. The two girls should also be hiding their strength. I feel that the one with the highest combat power in Fenghai High School No. 3 should be No. 2. The captain is not necessarily the strongest among them. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned as he watched and said, "The tall girl from Yangluo High School is very noteworthy. Her strength is unfathomable. She is the one who hides her strength the most out of everyone. Right now, our biggest opponent is still Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. They should have used the benefits in room No. 1 as soon as they came, causing their strength to increase by another step. However, because of this benefit, their control of their own aura is no longer perfect, and there are many unnatural situations. It should be because they are not used to the sudden increase in strength." After Zhou Xiaoduo finished his comments, he continued to watch. After watching for a while, he paused again. Then he continued to comment. "How can you tell?" Hu Ruoyun was a little surprised. "Because my ability to hide my strength is far better than theirs. When it comes to hiding strength, I am the ancestor." Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said proudly, "Hiding my strength like this is the right way to do it. I am worthy of the Best Actor award. Their so-called concealment is only at the entry level and is not worth mentioning. I believe that their concealment was already seen through by the referees, but absolutely no one saw through my concealment." Zhou Xiaoduo showed a lonely expression inside. "There are too few people like me in the world." Other than wanting to laugh, everyone was speechless. "You are so insidious that you actually know how to be insidious and still boast about yourself." For 2 days in a row, Zhou Xiaoduo stayed in his room and studied the battle video. He felt more and more that there were indeed many geniuses in this world. He had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world before. Facing such a group of insidious people, Zhou Xiaoduo felt very melancholy. How annoying. Why are these people so insidious? Until this night, Zhou Xiaoduo ordered, "Everyone, take off the weights." Zhou Xiaoduo's face was very serious. "From tomorrow onwards, prepare for a fierce battle." Not confident. Hu Ruoyun's face also became serious. "It's not that we are not confident." Zhou Xiaoduo's face was sullen. "In the current situation, we have to try to hide our strength as much as possible so that it will be difficult for our opponents to determine our strength in the future. If we stick to the traditional method, when we start a match with any of the families, there is a possibility that the next opponent will take advantage of our weakness. Our goal is to win, so of course, we have to avoid this situation. So, after tomorrow's battle, everyone will start a special training, make changes or create reverse traps based on our own weaknesses. And this will require the rich martial arts experience of the two teachers to help us complete." Luo Lai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This is definitely not a problem. We will do our best." Fourth update, looking for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 335. Not only that, but we also have to study the traps that they may set for us. At my current level, I'm not afraid of any of them, but Swollen and the others. If we're not careful, it's very likely that we'll be defeated. I hope that my teammates can complete this competition with a complete victory, but now it seems that it's a little difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "There are only 30 pills with special effects to recover true inner force. It's not enough." Zhou Xiaoduo said. Hu Ruoyun frowned and said, "How many more do we need? I'll think of a way." "We need at least 12 more pills." Zhou Xiaoduo estimated. "I'll go and get them." Hu Ruoyun turned and left. Tomorrow, I want all of you to keep your spirits up. Now, remove the weights and get used to your current state. Then, train your speed accordingly. Don't panic and be in a state of panic. Zhou Xiaoduo said. It was a quiet night. The next morning, the weather was great. The sun was shining brightly, like a fire. Zhou Xiaoduo brought his team to the arena very early. It was still the first group. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xiaoduo and his team of 6 arrived with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The eyes of the referees, who had been waiting for them, lit up. They looked more expectant than before. Previously, these 6 little fellows were all dressed up like they were going for a spin. But now, they were all agile and elegant. It was obvious that they had removed their own weight. They had been carrying weights before and had swept the competition. Now that they had removed their weights, how powerful would they be? One by one, the teams came to the arena. The 11 teams were brimming with energy and vigor. 5 matches would be held today. After the 5 matches, the 5 defeated teams and the team with a bye would draw lots again. The losers would be eliminated directly, and the winners would advance to the top 8. The first group. All the matches would be completed here. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, the weather was already unbearably hot. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others arrived, the other teams were already in place. As Zhou Xiaoduo walked forward, there were many teachers who greeted him cordially. Zhou Xiaoduo, you look very energetic today. Hee. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Teacher, you're even more spirited. Zhou Xiaoduo, why are you so late today? I'm sorry, teacher. There was a traffic jam. Zhou Xiaoduo, do your best. Teacher Ma Zhangxi shouted. Thank you, Teacher Ma. Zhou Xiaoduo will never forget your kindness. Good child. Teacher Ma was comforted. Zhou Xiaoduo. After countless greetings, Zhou Xiaoduo smiled all the way. Gradually, his face became stiff. Yu Moyan. In front, Teacher Luo Yinling jumped out. Good luck. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Yu Moyan also had feelings for Teacher Luo, so he responded gratefully. The students from the other 10 teams were all dumbfounded by this situation. Why were the students from Phoenix City's number 2 high school so popular? Why did it seem like the hundreds of teachers present at the scene all recognized them? All of them couldn't be the descendants of some big shot, could they? Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had just sat down when a few teachers came to find them. Teacher Hu, Teacher Luo. That's me. What can I do for you, teacher? It's like this. We're from the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee. We have something to ask the 2 of you. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were both puzzled by the arrival of these people. Why would the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee look for them? They didn't violate the rules. The 2 teachers hesitated for a moment. They considered their words carefully and said, it's like this. Just the day before yesterday, Teacher Li Chengqiu from Fenghai No. 13 High School took the remaining 3 students and withdrew from the tournament. They returned to Fenghai. Teacher who should know about this? Hu Ruoyan said, I know. At that time, Teacher Li Chengqiu expressed his intention to forfeit. We didn't have the intention to kill them and agreed to their forfeit. Since they forfeited, they should go back. Yes, this part of the situation is basically the same as what we know. The teacher nodded and said, it's said that Teacher Li Chengqiu and Teacher Hu, when you were young, you had old grudges? Hu Ruoyun nodded honestly and said, this is not a secret. What happened back then? Teacher Hu was very generous. He told them about the past in detail. The teacher took notes seriously and his eyes swept over Hu Ruoyun. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was following by the side, felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, from what you're saying, could it be that something happened to Teacher Li on the way here? The teacher glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo and sighed. That's right. Teacher Li was attacked on the way back. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's such a thing? That's so satisfying. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of surprise. Then he said, I mean, this is really indescribable. This Teacher Li has offended too many people in these 2 days. It's really good to be kind to others. The teacher opposite them was stunned when he heard this. It should be said that the speaker didn't mean it. but the listener did. That Li Chengqiu had really offended a lot of people these 2 days. Just the fact that he was found out on the spot while cursing Huayang High School in the stands. He believed that a lot of people wanted to beat him up. He was unlucky. No matter who did it, the words satisfying were really appropriate. Hu Ruoyan laughed and said, "Teacher, are you suspecting that I attacked Teacher Li Chengqiu?" The teacher's expression turned awkward. He paused and said, "According to the investigation, Teacher Li's enemy, him." Hu Ruoyun said solemnly, "I, Hu Ruoyun, swear to God that I didn't do it. In fact, my whereabouts these 2 days are all well documented. Even if I wanted to, I didn't have the time to do it." And Hu Ruoyun smiled faintly. "This old grudge of mine has really been in the past for too many years. If you want to take revenge silently, there are too many opportunities. Why do you want to arouse suspicion at this sensitive time?" There was nothing wrong with what he said. All the suspicions were washed away in one go. Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously, "Hello, teacher. It's been hard on you. I want to ask, is that Teacher Li's injury serious?" The teacher nodded and said with a smile, "This Teacher Li is very unlucky. Although it's not fatal, but all the meridians in his body are broken. His dantian is directly penetrated. His jindan is shattered. His limbs are broken and his spine is smashed. I'm afraid." He shook his head and sighed. The others who heard this trembled all over. This injury. It was really better to die. If this Teacher Li Chengqiu continued to live like this, there seemed to be only one result, which was to live a life worse than death. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed sadly. Teacher Li is too pitiful. What kind of deep hatred does he have? How could he be so cruel? If there's a chance, I'll definitely go to Fenghai to visit. The teacher smiled and said, "Li Chengqiu most likely ended up like this because of himself. We're just doing a routine investigation. We don't have any other intentions." Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously, "Then why did you ask our teacher who?" "Because, according to another teacher and 3 students who were present, the one who did this was a woman." The teacher smiled bitterly. "Actually, we're just asking casually. Because there were 2 groups of people who did this. The first group stopped Li Chengqiu and the others. They didn't care about the others and only attacked Li Chengqiu himself. They directly crippled him. Then the others carried Teacher Li Chengqiu and continued to walk back. After walking for 100 miles, another woman came to seek revenge. Her target was also Teacher Li Chengqiu. She had nothing to do with the others. After seeing him beaten to such a state, she was still a little dissatisfied and broke all the bones in his body. All of them were women? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned and then guessed. It seems that this Teacher Li is probably a scumbag. Teachers, you might as well follow this line of investigation. Maybe it's the people who have been harmed by Teacher Li all these years who came to seek revenge. Sigh, this person can't be a scumbag. This is a fresh lesson. Long Yusheng, remember this? Long Yusheng. What the hell did I do to provoke you? You're using me as a benchmark. I just owe you a little money. Is it worth it? As Zhou Xiaoduo reminded Long Yusheng, he took this opportunity to look at Wan Li Xiu. He saw that Xiu also opened her eyes wide and looked confused. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Wan Li Xiu didn't do this. Then this matter was going to be interesting. Inexplicably, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. This can't be Teacher Mu. Can't be? Teacher Mu shouldn't be here, right? Zhou Xiaoduo had an idea and murmured, "Could it be Teacher Ma? But he doesn't look like a narrow-minded person." Ahem. Hu Ruoyun coughed repeatedly and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo sternly. This guy is addicted to making trouble. Even if he wants to shift the blame to Jiangdong, he can't hurt anyone he catches. The high school teacher glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo and saw that Zhou Xiaoduo had lowered his head like a quail, looking like he had made a mistake. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "No, Huayang High School won't go so far as to." After saying a few words, the high school teacher got up and left. Then, he walked around a few times and found a few people. Finally, he found Teacher Ma Zhangxi of Huayang High School. Then, he saw teacher Ma Zhangxi shake his head with a confused face. The so-called "won't investigate" was, of course, just empty words. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Who did this? I deliberately saved it to play in Fenghai. Chapter 336. On the rostrum, a high school teacher from the organizers stood up. He seemed to be a leader as he began to read the rules and introduce the 11 teams that had entered the current round. Then, it was time for the team leaders to draw lots. This time, there were 5 matches at the same time. They were all held in the first district and the first arena. The competition schedule was very concentrated, and the winning and losing principle was to win 3 out of 5 matches. This meant that if a team of 6 people was lucky enough, one of them would not even need to make a move to secure the victory. Or, if they were unlucky, the other 3 would not even need to make a move to lose. Of course, there had been cases of losing 3 matches in a row, and then the other 3 would win 3 matches in a row. In the end, it was a tragic situation of winning 4 out of 7 matches. The real-time ranking was as follows: Phoenix City 2nd High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Southern G No. 1 High School, Shirko No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Song Mountain No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School, Garrison No. 1 High School. There were a total of 11 teams, and no one was absent. Besides Phoenix City 2nd High School and Fenghai No. 3 High School, the other martial arts schools were all from the same city. It could be seen that the so-called No. 1 High School is the key mentality was almost the same in the entire continent. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. The men wore black robes, and the women wore plain long skirts. They were valiant and formidable looking. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They were all tall and slender. Looking at them, they were a scenery. 4 men and 2 women. They were outstanding. Fenghai No. 3 High School was dressed in black. No matter the men or women, they were all the same. They had a unique style. Water City No. 1 High School. 3 men and 3 women were dressed in snow-white clothes. The sword hilts were exposed on their shoulders. They were like 6 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. The cold light flickered, and they were indomitable. Yangluo No. 1 High School. They were all dressed in blue robes. The 6 of them were all men. They sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. They did not care about their surroundings. The other schools also had their own unique characteristics. The most eye-catching people from Phoenix City 2nd High School. The first impression they gave was only one word: rustic. How uncouth. It was probably because these guys were wearing the school uniform with the school emblem embroidered on it. Originally, if this was the end of it, it would still be passable. However, the neat words on their backs, Phoenix City's 2nd High School, pulled down the style of this set of uniform by a few notches. It was as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were from Phoenix City's 2nd High School. A martial arts teacher walked out with a box of lots in his hands. The drawing of lots begins. All team leaders, please step forward to draw lots. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up calmly, and the 11 captains took a step forward from their respective teams. None of them continued to walk forward. Instead, they swept their eyes across the faces of the other 10 people. The 11 of them felt their faces burning at the same time, as if there were 10 different weapons circling around their faces. Behind them, all the teachers in charge stood up at the same time, retreated 4 positions, and sat down on the spectator stand. According to the rules, they were not allowed to stay beside the team. In other words, from now on, all decisions could only be made by the team itself. All the teachers in charge had a look of worry on their faces. Even if they were full of confidence in the team they were leading, there was no weakling among the remaining teams. No one dared to guarantee that their own students would win, take the lead, and come out on top. Even the teachers in charge of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who had always had the highest chance of winning, felt extremely uneasy at this moment. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been strange occurrences before. The simplest example was that the first and second strongest teams had drawn lots together. After an extreme battle, both sides had suffered losses. In the end, a student whose overall strength was below theirs easily took the lead and became the champion. Although luck was also a part of strength, and a very large part of it, losing like this was still not something one could accept. Therefore, this drawing of lots was luck, but it was also a skill. Zhuo Duo was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Everyone hasn't moved yet. I guess everyone is waiting for me. Who is ranked first? To move first? No problem, no problem. After all, not only is our Phoenix City number 2 high school ranked first, but now it seems that among the 11 captains, I'm also the tallest. Zhuo Duo laughed and took the lead to walk out. Why don't we just line up according to height and walk over together? It'll look so neat. The other 10 captains all rolled their eyes. This guy, who wants to line up with you? Why should we listen to you? If we were to listen to you, wouldn't we become your accessories? Therefore, after Zhuo Duo, the 10 captains all stepped out and walked towards the high platform in 10 different directions. Neither fast nor slow, their footsteps were firm, and they moved forward courageously. The aura of the 10 captains was sharp. Zhuo Duo quickened his pace and was the first to arrive in front of the lot box. He said sweetly, "Thank you, teacher. Teacher, you've worked hard." When you come to Phoenix City, please let me know. This student will do his best to be a good host. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work today. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew the first lot under the teacher's comfortable smile. Without even looking, he retreated to the side. The next moment, the 10 captains came to the lot box and stretched out their hands at the same time. The host teacher, who was originally full of kindness, frowned at once. Originally, nothing had happened. Everything was normal. However, after seeing Zhuo was sweet-talking and extraordinarily polite scene, why did this teacher feel that? These 10 captains seem to be a little lacking in quality? The teacher has been standing here for so long. You don't even know how to thank me? You're stretching out your hands? Are you robbing me? What about your upbringing? What about your manners? He couldn't help but take a step back and frowned. What are you doing? Line up one by one. I've already done everything for you in front. Why is it still so noisy? Where's your decency? The 10 captains' outstretched hands stopped in midair. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Zhuo Duo. This bastard, he had unknowingly led them into another pit. Damn, why did I say another? Zhuo Duo, who was being glared at by everyone, still had an honest smile on his face. He looked at everyone with eyes full of encouragement and said with a face full of righteousness, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to your teacher. Teacher has such a good temper. How can I really be angry with you?" The 10 captains were so angry that they almost fainted. If it weren't for the last trace of rationality holding them back, they would have attacked him on the spot and beaten this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. This bastard had an innocent and honest look on his face. However, only those who were involved in the situation knew that every word he said was a trap, and every sentence had a hook. How could there be such a despicable person in this world? How on earth did he train to look so simple and honest? Was this talent, or was it because of hard work and hard work? With a belly full of anger, they took a step back and took turns to draw lots. When they were drawing lots, everyone said, "Teacher, you've worked hard." This sentence was originally very normal. However, after this, why did it feel so suffocating when they said this sentence? They felt suffocated, but they didn't know that the teacher in charge of drawing lots was even more annoyed than them. If you don't want to say hello, then don't. Every one of you gritted your teeth and said, "Teacher, you've worked hard. I'm really fucking a dog. Are you fucking saying hello to me? Or are you venting your anger on me?" There really was no harm without comparison. Now they knew what was gold and what was rubble. After the drawing of lots, this teacher didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the stage and said a few words. "There's something that I didn't want to say, but I really have to say it. The teacher held the empty lot box with a gloomy expression on his face. Our Central Plains Longhu ranking competition is held once a year. The original intention was good, but now, there are really too many things that don't suit our Central Plains. One after another, they keep coming one after another. I have to say a few words. I'm just a teacher, and I know that my words carry little weight. However, standing here, I still have to remind everyone, what kind of place is the land that we're occupying? This is the land of ancient Chi and Guru in the ancient times. It's also the land of the saints and the legends, the land of etiquette. Not only that, it's said to be the ancient land of gods. In the ancient times, when students enter the examination hall, they have to kowtow to the teacher to thank him for his efforts. An invigilator, a teacher for a day, but a father for life. This is called etiquette. I don't expect you to know etiquette, and I don't expect you to be grateful for a lifetime. However, at the very least, you have to have basic etiquette, right? This teacher said resentfully, but I don't understand. Now that you've learned martial arts, carried the title of a genius, and achieved great success, you can disregard respect and completely ignore etiquette? What kind of saying is this? All the teachers here have come from all over the world. Their original intention is to recruit students for their own schools, but it's also for the safety of these competitions. We don't have anything else, only the school salary and prize money. Coming here, we don't have a single cent of profit. Then, why did we come? After so many days of competition, who would first ask teachers have worked hard before going up the stage? If we disregard a few extremely rare students, this sentence is almost completely unheard of. It seems that the teacher's efforts, maintenance, and everything else is what they should do. Everything is so natural and logical. Everything is fair and reasonable. Is it really so? Is it like this? Is it so natural and right? Tens of thousands of miles, coming here from afar, under the scorching sun, taking care of, maintaining, protecting. Is it so natural and right? This teacher's voice was stern. Where has your respect for your teachers gone? Where has your respect and admiration gone? Where is your gratefulness hidden? Have your manners and respect been eaten by dogs? Especially you tin captains. As captains, are you supposed to set an example for others? Just because Xiaoduo came up to greet you, you are dissatisfied, and so you are collectively indignant to this extent? You feel that you are being controlled? That you are being manipulated? That you are being framed? That you are being set up? This is supposed to be natural and right. How can it be a trap in your eyes? How can it be a trap? How can it be a scheme? Is your self-esteem and pride so unattainable and untouchable? Look at your eyes. It's as if you want to swallows with Xiaoduo alive. Why? It's a very normal thing, a very ordinary greeting. How can it be worth bearing such a grudge? Since you don't want to greet me, just draw a lot and get lost. Do you think I care about you calling me teacher? In the end, all of you are gritting your teeth and greeting me with an ashen face. Are you greeting me or cursing me? In the future, when you come up to draw lots, other than with Xiaoduo, don't greet me. I am just Zhao's teacher, and I don't deserve a greeting from you bunch of geniuses. On the stage, this teacher vented his anger for a long time. His face was ashen, and he left in a huff. Chapter 337. This round of scolding made all the teachers in the high school fall into deep thought. Some of them even empathized with him. The scolding made all the participating students turn pale and tremble. The 10 captains stood on the stage. Each one of them was embarrassed and at a loss. This round of scolding was truly a torrential torrent of abuse, dripping with satisfaction. The only one who was not scolded was Xiaoduo. He was even praised that each of them felt as if they had been fucked. In Shui City First High, the captain thought for a moment and suddenly took 2 steps forward. He stood tall, bowed deeply, and said loudly, Teacher, you're right. This time, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to all the teachers. Thank you again. You've worked hard. I'll be forever grateful. My impoliteness this time will be a stain on my life. When I return to Shui City, I'll go to the old principal's Don't Return Pagoda to face the wall and receive my punishment. Thank you, teachers. I know I was wrong. Zhou Yunqing's expression was clear. He bowed in all directions and left the stage with his head held high. The teachers' faces were filled with gratification. Even Zhou Xiaoduo's face flashed with a rare look of appreciation. This Zhou Yunqing from Shui City First High was indeed not an ordinary person. Perhaps some people would think that this Zhou Yunqing was very scheming and could take things lying down. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that this was not the case. This person was the kind of person who would rather break than bend. Once he knew he was wrong, he would apologize immediately. He would not wait until the next day. After Zhou Yunqing admitted his mistake and left the stage, the other captains could only apologize and thank him. However, the feeling of disgust in their hearts became even stronger. What the fuck was this? In this world, only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing were sensible? If the two of you were so sensible, why didn't you go to heaven? The judges on the stage also felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. At the beginning, Zhou Yunqing's apology sounded a little sincere. But what's up with the other 9 fellows thanking us with expressions as if they had just eaten shit? Were they that disgusting? Was it so hard for them to accept a word of thanks? Were they trying to disgust them? Students these days, each and every one of them has such low quality. One of the teachers sighed and said, each generation is worse than the last. In the long run, only martial arts will remain, but they will forget to respect their teachers and their teachings. If they lose their reverence, it will be a disaster for the entire human race. Another teacher looked further ahead. Not bad, not bad. This was a matter of atmosphere, and it was indeed not to be underestimated. Looks like we'll have to pay more attention to this aspect of teaching in the future. Another teacher nodded deeply. Indeed, we can't afford to slack off. No matter how high his talent is, if he doesn't have any humanity, how can we hope that he can wholeheartedly protect this continent? In the long run, it won't be rare for people to become immoral, casually use the names of their elders to abuse others, or use the deeds of heroes to insult others. We must put an end to it. Once discovered, we must punish them severely. Cultivation of the martial arts, cultivation of the mind. All of these are important. Not a single one can be missing. But now, people have neglected the latter too. They shouldn't have. Yes, remember to report this to the martial arts department when you go back. All right. Below, the results of the draw were already being announced. Zhou Xiaoduo took the first lot and returned to his seat without even looking at it. Who did you draw? Wan Lixio asked nervously. Of course it's a buy. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. Zhua is the one who's picking. It's a miracle if he didn't draw by. Didn't you see him sit down as soon as he came back? He didn't even look at it? Otherwise, wouldn't he have already started to arrange the troops? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. It's a good opportunity for me to take a break. Is it really a buy? Several others were curious and came over to check it out. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and lowered his voice. He winked and said, there's only one empty spot. If I don't take it out, do you think I'll just let someone else take it out to see what's going on? He showed the lot. The number 11 on it was dazzling. Wow! Immediately, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped up from his seat excitedly. He was so excited that he attracted everyone's attention. He shouted happily, what good luck! It's actually a buy. His voice was so loud that it was deafening. Immediately, it attracted everyone's attention. Immediately after, countless people cursed in their hearts, and there were even more people who were jealous in their hearts. How could his luck be so good? The results of the draw. Hidden Dragon number 1 High School versus Garrison number 1 High School. Fenghai number 3 High School versus Phoenix Tail number 1 High School. Yangluo number 1 High School versus Songshan number 1 High School. Water City number 1 High School versus Nanji number 1 High School. Shirko number 1 High School versus Longbu number 1 High School. Phoenix City number 2 High School, Abai. After the drawing of lots, the 5 competition venues were waiting for the 2 teams to enter the venue. The referees of each venue were also in place, waiting for the match. Zhuoxiao Duo urgently assigned tasks. Go and watch the show. Through this competition, I hope to see the actual situation of these teams. I'll go and watch the battle between Hidden Dragon and Garrison. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, you two go and watch the battle between Fenghai and Fengwei. Li Qinglong, you go and watch the battle between Yangluo and Songshan. Yu Moyan, you're in charge of the battle between Water City and Nanji. Li Zhongming, the remaining match is yours. Let me tell you, Li Zhongming, if you fall asleep, I'll eat you alive. Zhuoxiao Duo gritted his teeth and threatened Li Zhongming. Immediately, Li Zhongming was so scared that his eyes widened, and he was no longer sleepy. If someone else said this, Li Zhongming could laugh it off. However, Li Zhongming didn't dare to doubt Zhuoxiao's words. If Boss was said that he was going to eat Li Zhongming raw, then it was really possible that he was going to swallow him whole. He could not afford to be careless at all. However, what Li Zhongming did not understand was why they did not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio even though they knew that he was a little unreliable. Why did they not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio and let them each take charge of one match? What's so great about the two of them? It was just a competition, yet they still had to eat mouthfuls of dog food. Yes, the two of them were indeed great. Hu Ruoyun and Hu Lai both heaved a sigh of relief when they drew a bye for the first round. This way, they could deal with the situation more calmly. The 6 of them set off according to the arrangement and went to 5 different arenas to watch the show and spy on the enemy. Yu Moyan, you can try to find teacher Luo Yinling. If you don't understand, just ask. You must know how to use your advantages. Zhuoxiao Duo whispered to Yu Moyan. Yu Moyan blushed. Obviously, he was embarrassed, but he still squeezed his way through. Luo Yinling was pleasantly surprised to see that Yu Moyan, who she thought highly of, was walking towards her. It seemed like he was going to watch the other matches. She was pleasantly surprised and took the initiative to welcome him. Yu Moyan, what are you going to do? Yu Moyan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he did not have to ask first. Scratching his head, he said with a troubled expression, we won't be participating in this match. Our boss assigned me a mission to spy on the other side. My target is the match between Water City First High School and South G First High School. As he spoke, his dark and thin face showed that he was in a difficult position. That's easy. Luo Yinling was worried about not being able to get closer to him. She immediately volunteered. I'll take you there. Is that okay? Yu Moyan's face was full of hesitation. What's not okay about it? Let's go. The match is about to start. Luo Yinling pulled Yu Moyan away. Zhuoxiao Duo, who was watching from afar, heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and went to find teacher Ma Zhangxi. Hello, teacher Ma. Zhuoxiao Duo was as obedient and sensible as always. Zhuoxiao Duo? Ma Zhangxi had a very good impression of Zhuoxiao Duo. He smiled as soon as he saw him. His long horse face was smiling like a flower. You came to find me?
Yes.
Zhuoxiao Duo went straight to the point. Didn't we happen to have a bye this round? But luck can't be used to make a living. In the end, we still have to rely on our strength. I was thinking of going to watch the match between Hidden Dragon number 1 Middle School and Garrison number 1 Middle School. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. But according to the rules, our teachers can't accompany us. I'm afraid that I won't be able to understand some parts. Ma Zhangxi laughed. It's a piece of cake. Come with me. Okay. Ma Zhangxi took Zhuoxiao Duo and flew directly to the referee's seat. He said, this place has the best view. Thank you so much, teacher Ma. Zhuoxiao Duo's face revealed a bit of uneasiness and awkwardness. If I do this, won't people say, why don't I go down? Ma Zhangxi laughed. I'm standing here. Who dares to say anything? What kind of hothead is that? You can just stay here and watch. If anyone dares to fart, I'll kill him. The 6 referees at the side were all speechless. Ma Zhangxi, You took the lead to break the rules and even threatened others. Why? Do you think your face is big now? You only have a fucking horse face. You only have a long face. You're not big. But at this moment, they were really embarrassed to slap Ma Zhangxi in the face. They could only let him stay. In the end, this was really not a big deal. Spying on the opponent's strength was the right thing to do. There was nothing to talk about. Hello, teachers. You've worked hard. As usual, Zhuoxiaoduo's mouth was as sweet as honey. He eagerly went forward and tried to worm his way into being friends with them. With the teacher's profound cultivation, it must be extremely boring for you to come and watch us play like kids. Yet, you still have to seriously watch and analyze our potential. It's getting more and more difficult. And you've been doing so much for your students all year round. When I think about it, I really feel that it's not easy for you teachers. This work doesn't seem difficult, but if you analyze it carefully, who knows how much effort you put in. It's really countless times more than the fierce battle. It might not be as worry-free as the battle at Sun Moon Pass. Teachers, thank you very much. Zhuoxiaoduo bowed solemnly and thanked them. When the 6 judges heard these words, they all had the same feeling. What he said had hit the nail on the head. Wasn't it just like that? After so many years, who really looked up to the hard work of the high martial arts teachers? Easy? Who dared to say it was easy? They would directly knock out their teeth. Everyone, give me a few recommendation votes. It's a little too little. There will be a 4th update later. Chapter 338. After listening to Zhuoxiaoduo's speech, the teachers were filled with emotions. Just as Zhuoxiaoduo had said, any one of them would be able to wipe out this group of students without much effort. Not to mention, there was no point in comparing their combat prowess. Even with such rookies fighting each other, they still had to sit here and act as judges. They also had to analyze the specific situation, individual combat awareness, various aptitudes, and so on. They were really tired of doing the same thing every day for so many years, but they had to do it. If this group of little fellows could not grow up, who would take over the heavy burden of the other side? Which powerhouse did not start at this stage? Generation after generation of powerhouses walked out of the school and went to various positions. Each of them became heroes, role models, and legends. They were praised by the world and admired by the world. However, the teachers who taught them continued to stay at their original positions day after day. They continued to teach batch after batch of new students, who had the right to know their hard work and how difficult it was for them. Zhuoxiaoduo's speech warmed the hearts of the 6 people, but there was also a sour feeling in their hearts. It's not easy. An old man with a white beard sighed softly. It's rare that there are still children nowadays who can say such things. This old man is worth it. This time, I traveled 17,000 miles to come here. Even if it's just because of this speech, this trip is worth it. Yes, Zhuoxiaoduo, you're very good. Another middle-aged female teacher said with sparkling eyes. Zhuoxiaoduo, do you have a high martial arts school that you like now? Ma Zhangxi frowned and said angrily, what are you trying to do? Zhuoxiaoduo's face was bashful and honest. With an extremely sincere look, he said, actually, this student has not thought of a good place to go until now. I want to ask the teachers of this school for advice, but the teachers of this school stay in Phoenix City all year round. Phoenix City is located at the border, so I don't know much about the outside world. Therefore, if teachers have any suggestions, this student will definitely listen with an open mind and consider them carefully. After hearing what he said, the 6 judges and Ma Zhangxi felt embarrassed to directly recommend their own school. Yes, the students trusted them and came to ask for advice. If he only wanted to pull them to his own school, he would be too selfish. If his school was one of the top 3 famous martial arts universities, it would be fine. But if it wasn't, it was only for the good of his school. What if he really hindered this child's future? With this child's aptitude, it was best for him to go to Ancestral Dragon in Shangjing. There was the most suitable teacher for him there. However, if he were to deceive her with flowery words for the sake of his school, it was a huge delay. Every school wanted a genius. However, there was one thing that could not be doubted. Only with a specific cultivation technique, a specific physique, and a specific environment could it be perfectly compatible. This was the principle of getting twice the result with half the effort. It seems that we still need to think about it carefully. The white-bearded teacher muttered to himself and slowly said, "If you want to come to our school, we will naturally welcome you with open arms. However, if you only want a fair suggestion, you still need to seriously consider it." Zhuoxiaoduo respectfully said, "Thank you, teacher. Actually, it is still early. In this competition, the reason why my Phoenix City's second high school was able to come to this stage was not without luck. However, this student does not have the confidence to go one step further, or even to become the champion. Why don't I wait for the final results to come out and consult the teachers?" I believe that at that time, the teachers will have a better understanding of me. At that time, the suggestions will be more valuable and more comprehensive. "This child, you are really not bad." The few judges were very appreciative. It was rare that this child was not anxious or impatient. Moreover, he was so clear-headed. He was simply experienced in worldly affairs. Indeed, only at that time would they be able to make the most direct and comprehensive judgment. The bell rang. 2 teams appeared one after the other on both sides. However, the 12 people on both sides of the battle were all shocked. That kid with a face full of smiles and flattery, wasn't that the captain of Phoenix City's second high school, Zhuoxiaoduo? This bastard. Why was he sitting at the referee's table? Oh no, he was sitting at the referee's table. But what was going on? We're all here for the competition. Why are you looking down on us from above? What's going on? Even if you were here to spy on us, you shouldn't be so open and aboveboard, right? Could it be that you were watching a big show? The few people from Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School especially felt that they were no different from a fucking dog. Why the fuck are you haunting us? Go and look at the other teams. Why are you staring at us? However, now was not the time to think about this, because the battle was about to start. They really did not have the time or the mood. There was no time to be distracted. On the opposite side, the 6 students from the Garrison Number 1 High School were burning with fighting spirit. They deeply knew that there was a gap between them and Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School. However, even if there was a gap, so what? If we fight to the death, we might still have a chance. Since that was the case, then, let's fight to the death. Everyone had the same thought, and their hearts shared the same reasoning. The moment the 2 sides came up, it was an explosive start of life and death. This battle was so fierce that even Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. In the first battle, Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School sent out a boy and the Garrison Number 1 High School sent out a girl. The 2 sides fought fiercely and did not hold back. They fought until both sides were injured. One of the legs of the boy from Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School was directly broken. The girl on the opposite side suffered countless blows. Almost 1/3 of her bones were broken. Finally, she could not bear the heavy burden and fainted. This was the end of the first battle. Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School won the first battle. It was a tragic victory. This kind of tragic atmosphere made the hearts of both the referee and the students sink. In the second battle, the captain of the Garrison Number 1 High School fought fiercely against the vice-captain of Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School. Both sides were injured. The captain of the Garrison Number 1 High School was hit 7 times. More than 1 kilogram of flesh was shaved off his body. However, he forcefully knocked the vice-captain of Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School off the stage. He spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood and pieces of his internal organs before fainting. In the second battle, the Garrison Number 1 High School won, but it was also a tragic victory. The name of the Garrison Number 1 High School came from its name. It was said that this city was the place where the army was stationed before the war between the 2 armies in ancient times. Since ancient times, the people were valiant and did not fear death. The students of Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School could be said to have perfectly inherited this valiant style. No matter who they met, there was only one word to describe it: fight. Even if they could not kill their opponents, could they not kill themselves? Now that they had met Hidden Dragon number 1 high school, they had already made up their minds. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would drag the Emperor down from his high horse. After the 4th battle, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school had 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. There were no exceptions for the contestants from both sides. They were all covered with injuries, both internal and external. In the 5th battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon number 1 high school personally fought. On the surface, Duo did not show any change in expression. However, he secretly raised his spirits and observed with rapt attention. This guy was an old silver coin. He was practically the biggest old silver coin besides Lousy. Lousy must take a good look at this guy's background. In this battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon number 1 high school won rather easily. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the previous 4 battles. The reason was simple. He had been forced to reveal his hidden embryonic breathing realm strength by his opponent. If he did not reveal his strength, which was far superior to his opponent's, he would have to bear a great deal of damage. Balancing the 2 evils, he chose to reveal his hidden strength and use his strength to suppress and crush his opponent. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how tenacious one's fighting spirit was, it was useless. Victory and defeat were clear. Zhuo's judgment was that this guy was still holding back his strength. However, based on the instantaneous eruption, he should be at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. He still had not reached the primordial elixir realm. Looking at the strength, this guy should be a ruthless character who has suppressed his cultivation. Duo thought to himself. At least 4 or 5 times he has suppressed the agitation of his vital essence. Moreover, he has already broken through to the high level of the embryonic breathing realm. The upper limit of his strength is very likely to be at the half step to the primordial elixir realm. It is rather impressive. In our team, other than me, there is really no one else who is a match for this guy. 5 battles, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school has 3 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. The winner is number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. On the opposite side, the leader of the garrison store stood up with blood all over his body. He smiled slightly and said, "I originally wanted to fight all 6 battles, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to fight the 6th battle. However, we have already tried our best. We have no more regrets." He looked at the people from number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon and said calmly, "It is a pity that this is not a battle formation fight." This sentence caused the expressions of all the teachers present to change. The valiant spirit of the students from number 1 high school of the garrison store could be said to be the most suitable fighting style for a battle of life and death on the battlefield. If they met these people from number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon on the battlefield, the number of casualties would definitely be less than that of number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. Even if their cultivation was far inferior, even if their realms were not as good, when it came to a battle of life and death on the battlefield, the final winner might not be number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. The leader of number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon was silent for a while. Then he said calmly, "Maybe, but in this battle we have won." The leader of the garrison store said calmly, "From the beginning, we did not expect to win. We only used all our strength so that you won't have it so easy in the next battle. You people from Hidden Dragon have been in first place for too long. This time, even if we have to cripple ourselves, we will reduce your strength by 30%. He raised his head and looked at Duo. He smiled and said, "Leader Zhua, do your best. Next year, I hope that Phoenix City's number 2 high school will be the defending champion." Duo laughed loudly and said, Thank you. You have worked hard." "If it is really as you said, I will treat you to wine for a year. Words are like the wind. It is a promise." The leader of the garrison store laughed and waved his hand. Then, he carried one of his brothers on his back and another in his arms and walked down the stage with the other team members. Even though he was seriously injured, he still walked with his back straight and his aura was dignified. The people from Hidden Dragon turned their heads and looked at Duo. Their expressions were unfriendly. Chapter 339. Captain Zhua, your declaration is a bit premature. You may not even have the chance to fight against Hidden Dragon. The captain of Hidden Dragon smiled faintly, his gaze as sharp as a sword. You're right. Zhuo smiled and said, with Hidden Dragon's current situation, it's very likely that you'll be eliminated by other teams in the next round. If we can't fight against you, it would be a pity. The captain of Hidden Dragon knows his own limits. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Hee. Let's wait and see. The people of Hidden Dragon also stepped down from the stage. Ma Zhangxi looked at Zhuo and asked, how do you feel? Hidden Dragon should still have a certain amount of hidden strength. Zhuo honestly expressed his opinion. In the eyes of these high martial arts teachers, this level of battle was really like playing house. No matter how much they tried to hide, they would be able to see through it with a single glance. Instead of wasting time and effort, it was better to directly tell the truth. They would be able to obtain more information. Yes, you're right. Ma Zhangxi sighed and said to the referees, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School has really taken the wrong path these past few years. The white-bearded teacher nodded and coldly laughed. In order to maintain the title of No. 1, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School's fighting style has become more and more scheming. All kinds of fancy tricks. It's not presentable. That's right. In a battle between martial artists, it's always best to be fair and square. Hidden Dragon's thinking has gone astray. The more skills you have, the more cunning you have, the less iron-blooded you will be. Another middle-aged female teacher also sighed. If this kind of student maintains this kind of mentality and goes to the battlefield in the future, they won't be able to live for more than a few days. That's why our high martial arts school has an even heavier responsibility. We need to change these bad habits during the time when the students come to the high martial arts school to cultivate. But to change these bad habits, it's not something that can be changed in a day. It will definitely delay the progress of martial arts. Another teacher almost wanted to curse out loud. Is first place really that important? Maybe for Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. First place is that important. Ma Zhangxi said thoughtfully. Yes, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School is an affiliated school of Hidden Dragon High School. Another teacher sneered. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts? Hee. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts? In the past few years, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts has almost fallen out of the top 3 of the universities. All of their brains must be filled with shit. To be able to remain in the top 3 despite teaching their students in such a manner, they must be extremely lucky. What a pity. Back then, Senior Yi Qianlong spent a lot of effort to create the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. How glorious was that? Sigh. What's the use of sighing? Of course, we still have to respect our seniors. However, when it's time to replace them, we won't let them go. It's hard for us to surpass the seniors' prowess, but can't we surpass those good-for-nothings? What a joke. When Zhuo returned to his seat, Wan Lixio and the others were discussing what they had seen. The atmosphere was lively, but there was still one person who had not returned. Li Changming. The match between Shirko No. 1 High School and Longbu No. 1 High School was still ongoing. Above them, the referees and leaders had already started a meeting to discuss the progress of the competition. No one would have thought that this round of the battle for the top 8 would be so tragic. Out of the 8 teams that had already fought, 4 of them were directly defeated. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were still fighting in an even more tragic manner. The current result was a tie of 3-3. The 2 captains were in the final battle of the 7th round. However, no matter who won or lost, these 2 teams were destined to not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. With little combat power left, what could they use to fight in the next round? So what should they do next? Zhuo's Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. Their strength was intact. It could be said that no matter which of the 10 teams they faced, Phoenix City No. 2 High School would definitely win. All the teams that lost were all defeated. At most, they only had 10 to 20% of their peak strength left. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo's team could just go through the motions and be done with it. What should we do? A group of high school teachers had a headache over the current situation. If they were to rest for a day and then fight again, it would obviously be unfair to Phoenix City No. 2 High School. They didn't get the bye by cheating. One had to know that luck was always a part of strength. Did they have to use time to erase the other team's advantage? Then what was the point of them getting the bye? After the last two teams finish fighting, we'll rest for 4 hours. At 3:00 in the afternoon, we'll start the second round. Okay, call the 2 lead teachers and team members from Phoenix City. Let's give them some work. I hope they can understand. Okay, after all, an extra 4 hours of rest was still unfair to the teams that got the bye. Because as long as there were enough resources, 4 hours was enough to fully recover the strength of the participants. At least, they could recover more than half of their strength. Phoenix City No. 2 High School might have to pay a lot of unnecessary losses because of this break. However, to the surprise of the high school teachers, Phoenix City No. 2 High School didn't care about this at all. It's okay. Rest for a while. It's meaningless for us to fight a team that's already crippled. We'll just be a joke to them. Zhuxiaoduo and the others accepted it without any hesitation. It was so quick that it was surprising and even inconceivable. The tournament committee was very pleased with Phoenix City No. 2 High School's Zhuxiaoduo and the others' way of thinking about the big picture. After a round of praises, the matter was finally settled. 4 hours later, the 5 defeated teams in Phoenix City No. 2 High School drew lots again to determine the final 3 spots in the top 8. However, no one felt that there would be any suspense. Phoenix City No. 2 High School had strong soldiers and strong horses. Until now, they had never fought together. Every time, it was one person who defeated them. Even in the life and death arena, there was only one team leader. It could be said that they had come all the way to this point. In this kind of elimination round, no one thought that they would lose. For hours later, the 6 teams finally began to draw lots. Zhuxiaoduo's team was coincidentally the Garrison Shop. The 2 team leaders stood on the stage for a while. The Garrison Shop's team leader and the other team members looked at each other and smiled. We admit defeat. This decision disappointed the people who were prepared to watch a big show. There was a slight commotion for a moment, especially the 5 teams who had already finished and won. They even gave up on recuperating and gathered around to watch the competition. Everyone knew that Phoenix City No. 2 High School would be their strongest opponent. At this moment, other than the best opportunity to understand the situation of the other party, they were also praying for the team from Phoenix City's No. 2 High School to exhaust all of their remaining strength. Use the last of your strength to whittle down the strength of No. 2 High School. In the end, just as the 2 teams finished drawing lots, the other team from Garrison Shop No. 1 High School directly admitted defeat. At this moment, the 30 people from the 5 winning teams cursed angrily in their hearts. Damn it! Tens of thousands of mythical beasts roared in their hearts at the same time. Zhuxiaoduo was also puzzled. He immediately asked, "Thank you. Thank you for letting us win. If I have the honor to meet you in the future, I must be friends with you." The Garrison Shop's team leader laughed. Our Garrison Shop's goal is to be in the top 20. Now that we have fought until now, it has already exceeded our expectations. Actually, our biggest wish in these few years is to take down the high and mighty hidden dragon No. 1 High School. Now, we are not strong enough, so we can't do it. Then we will place our hopes on you. As inevitable allies, no matter who we meet in this battle, we will not linger. We will not be a burden to our allies. He laughed and began to introduce his team members. I am Meng Zhongjun. This is the vice team leader, Hao Han. This is the team flower, Zhun Piapiao. This is Zhang Haonan. This is Feng Junch. This is Jia Kuang. The 6 of us. We are all military families and children of military personnel. Meng Zhongjun and the other 5 stood together and saluted. Congratulations to Phoenix City No. 2 High School for winning the first battle and slaying the hidden dragon. Zhuxiaoduo's face turned serious. He shouted, "Everyone, Li Chenglong and the others immediately lined up neatly and saluted at the same time. We will do our best. We will not let you down. The 12 of them bowed to each other and laughed loudly. Then, Meng Zhongjun waved his hand and led his team members out of the arena calmly. There was not the slightest bit of dejection. However, on the other side, none of the 5 victorious teams looked happy, especially those from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Their faces looked as if they had just eaten shit. Damned Garrison Shop. The 6 people from Hidden Dragon cursed. They didn't even try to hide their emotions anymore. When they fought against us, they fought with their lives on the line, not hesitating to perish together with us. Both sides suffered great losses, causing us so much damage. Now that they're facing someone else, they don't even fight. This group of bastards, their intentions are worthy of death. That afternoon, the top 8 emerged victorious. The rankings were as follows: Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Songsha No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School. Originally, Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. According to the tournament rules, they shouldn't have been able to return to first place no matter what. However, when they faced Garrison Shop No. 1 High School, the other side chose to forfeit, allowing Phoenix City No. 2 High School to take all 4 points. Combined with their previous results, their total points were still the highest among all the teams. They were still ahead of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This luck, they didn't fight for 2 rounds in a row and didn't suffer any losses. They were still in first place. That afternoon, they drew lots. The 8 captains from Phoenix City No. 2 High School all took turns. This time, everyone learned their lesson and greeted the teacher first. However, the teacher's face darkened and he didn't say anything. When it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's turn, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't greet him. He only smiled sweetly. The teacher actually took the initiative to greet him with a pleasant expression. Good luck, Zhuo Xiaoduo. The other captains held their breaths in their chests. They only felt stuffy. What do you want us to do? Should we greet him or not? Last time, we didn't greet him and he scolded us. Zhuo Xiaoduo greeted him and he was praised. This time, we greeted him first and his face darkened. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't greet him, but as the teacher, you actually took the initiative to encourage him. What do you want us to do? They were so angry that they trembled. Chapter 340. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo purposely slowed down a bit. He waited for the other 7 people to finish before he picked up the remaining lot. At the extreme of the top 8, they would all meet strong teams. No matter who they drew, it would be the same. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to pick soft persimmons. On the contrary, he wanted to draw the strongest team, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. He wanted to defeat this most threatening opponent first. After drawing the lot, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was holding the lot in his hand without even looking at it. He suddenly asked loudly, Captain Zhuo Xiaoduo, why aren't you looking at the lot? Zhuo Xiaoduo held the lot in his hand and put it behind his back. He said calmly, we are in the top 8. Any team is a strong opponent. No matter who we draw, it will be a tough battle. What difference does it make whether I look at it or not? The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School said calmly, I have been looking forward to fighting against Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly. One was keeping him in suspense, while the other was not interested at all. The 2 of them couldn't even read each other's lips. They were like chickens talking to ducks. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School expected to be asked, what's the result of the lot draw? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't ask, which made it difficult for him to continue the conversation. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School had prepared himself mentally. He just narrowed his eyes and continued the conversation. However, he said, I am very happy. The next battle will be between you and us. Xiaoduo said, you put us in front of you. Do you think you will lose for sure? You will lose for sure. Huh? So you will lose for sure? Yes, we will win for sure. Yes, you're right. We will win for sure. Xiaoduo sighed, yawned, and said, how boring. You call yourself a captain? You can't even speak clearly. You keep repeating yourself incoherently. Let's go, brothers. Let's go back and rest. What do you think we should do tomorrow? Long Yuxing and the others roared in unison, kill hidden dragon. Ha ha ha. Xiaoduo beamed with delight. With a wave of his hand, the 6 of them left the arena in a single file. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. The members of the Hidden Dragon clan also wanted to shout like that to boost their morale. However, the other party left right after shouting and did not stay for even a moment. If he did not shout now, he would only appear weak and sullen. However, if he shouted now, his opponent was no longer around. Oh, they shouted for us to hear, and then we shouted for the air to hear? They couldn't help but hold back their anger. After holding it in for a long time, they finally roared, victory! Victory! Then, he left the stage unhappily. At the judging panel, all the referees and teachers had amiable smiles on their faces as they danced in joy. This captain of Phoenix City's number 2 high school is really something. A teacher clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad, not bad. This tactic was used beautifully. It was done with ease and with reason. Yes. First, it was to pester the other party endlessly. Then, the whole team roared and immediately left the stage. They didn't give the other party any chance to vent. This caused all the members of the other party to hold back their anger and not be able to vent. This anger will definitely be suppressed for an entire night. Let's not talk about the impact on their morale. If the Hidden Dragon clan can't adjust their mentality tonight, not only will they not be able to rest well, their mood will also be affected the next day. Just from weakening the other party's morale, attacking the other party's fighting spirit, and weakening the other party's fighting strength, it can be said to be a considerable success. This Xiaoduo is not only honest, sincere, reliable, intelligent, and awe-inspiring. Even the use of strategy and tactics is extremely ingenious. It's really hard to come by. He's a talent that will last forever. Teacher Ding Xilan of Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High School liked Xiaoduo very much. She didn't hide it at all. The others rolled their eyes. Although we also wanted to say that, you said it first. Why did it sound so weird to me? Hu Ruoyun's face was distorted. She left a little unnaturally. Every time I hear them praised Xiaoduo, awe-inspiring, honest, and sincere. Why do I feel so guilty? That night, Xiaoduo and the others had a good sleep. They didn't even do their daily cultivation. They slept soundly the whole time. They slept until dawn. They walked out of the room energetically and had breakfast. Then, Xiaoduo began to chase them away. Did you go to the toilet? Big or small? Who would want to do that? Go quickly. Li Zhangming, are you still sleepy today? Li Qinglong, your hemorrhoids have healed? Xiao, your relatives didn't come today, right? Li Qinglong and Wan Li Xiu were furious. You're the one who has hemorrhoids. I don't have hemorrhoids. Li Qinglong scolded. You're the one who has relatives. Your whole family has relatives. Wan Li Xiu was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to kill someone on the spot. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't win, she would have done it countless times. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Xiaoduo waved his hand. The 6 of them followed Hu Ruoyun and Luolai out of the hotel and went straight to the arena. The early morning sun shone on the faces of the 6 of them. It dyed their bodies golden and brilliant. 8:00 in the morning. The first arena. There were 6 chairs on each side. After entering the top 8, they had the basic preferential treatment. They didn't have to sit on the ground anymore. There were chairs to sit on, and they could see everyone on their side from the opposite side. With the start of the match, Zhuo took the lead and jumped out. His tall and handsome figure was tall and straight. The eyes of the opposite side lit up. The captain of the Hidden Dragon team stood up and looked at them from afar. He revealed a confident smile. The opponent is Zhuo. As the captain, he jumped out first. Since that's the case, I will cripple him. I will take the first step and destroy their morale. Naturally, he couldn't wait to jump out. Good. I'm the captain of Hidden Dragon Team 1, Shimin Daqing. Please enlighten me, Captain Zhuo. Shimin Daqing's face was solemn. He clasped his hands and bowed. Zhuo was stunned. You're the captain for the first match? That's right. Shimin Daqing nodded and grinned. As the captain, it's natural for me to take the first victory. Zhuo nodded. I admire you, but you have to wait for a while. This time, I'm not in a hurry to start the match. I just want to introduce my team members. Also, I'm not the first to fight. Please wait patiently. Shimin Daqing's face suddenly turned purple. He was stunned. You're not the first to fight? Then why did you jump out? However, he had admitted that he was going to fight in front of everyone. It was too late to change his words. He had obviously fallen into a trap. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow Zhuo. Zhuo, are you playing with me? Playing with you? Zhuo looked at him suspiciously. He sized him up and said, You don't have that organ. How can I play with you? Suddenly, his face turned pale. He took a step back and shook his head. I'll say this first. I won't take the back door. I'm a righteous person. Shimin Daqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Countless spectators were stunned for a while. Then, they burst out laughing. At the judges' table, 3 of the judges at this table came from the 3 famous schools: Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts, and Yunduan High Martial Arts. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. Ding Shilong laughed and said, This temperament is not on the same level. Look at how angry the captain of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts is. Sigh, poor kid. He's so angry before the fight even started. Even if they're evenly matched, once he loses his state of mind, the chances of him losing will be higher, unless there's an overwhelming difference in strength. Another person, a teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts, smiled and said, Zhuo has already angered him to this extent. How can he give him a chance to calm down? However, if Zhuo doesn't fight, it's basically impossible for the other little guys to defeat Shimin Daqing. This battle is not so much a battle of attrition. It's better to call it a battle of display. The other teachers smiled and nodded. This sentence was true. Zhuo had shown enough. This was giving the other students a chance to show off. And the strongest opponent, Shimin Daqing, was a touchstone. Because of Shimin Daqing's cultivation, the teachers knew better. In Zhuo's heart, it's already beyond the scope of victory and defeat. This kid is really good. Almost all the teachers had this thought in their minds. Sure enough, Zhuo laughed and said, Since you're in such a hurry and can't wait, then I won't be in a hurry to introduce our members, so as not to waste your time. Li Zhongming, fight. Li Zhongming shouted and jumped out with a whoosh. He took a few big steps forward. He raised his head and roared, I'm Li Zhongming from Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Today, I'm going to fight to the death. I won't stop until my blood runs dry. He pounded his chest with both hands and roared ferociously like a chimpanzee. He looked unusually agitated. On the other side, Shimin Daqing was so angry at Zhuo that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. How could he not know that he had been tricked? But he had already come out. If he went back, it would only be more embarrassing. When he saw that the other party had only sent a small fry, he became even angrier. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. With a clear ring, the bell suddenly rang. The battle began. The moment the bell rang, Shimin Daqing's body soared into the air like a dragon and rushed toward Li Zhongming. End the battle quickly. Li Zhongming shouted loudly. His body shook violently. However, he raised his hand in a split second, and a white mist suddenly rushed out. It directly sprayed Shimin Daqing, who was rushing over, all over his face. Shimon-Dacheng was shocked. He hurriedly held his breath, but the white mist had already sprayed on his face. It was really a large area of indiscriminate contact. He hurriedly landed on the ground and asked angrily, "You used poison?" Li Zhongming rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't know anything, then say you don't know anything. Have you seen such a high-grade poison? Besides, even if I used poison, so what? Did the rules of the competition say that poison is not allowed?" Shimon-Dacheng shouted and no longer spoke. He rushed over for the second time. Li Zhongming turned around and ran around the arena. He ran in circles as much as he could, but he didn't want to fight Shimon-Dacheng head-on. Shimon-Dacheng used his highest speed to chase, block, and attack. Several attacks had already landed on Li Zhongming's body, but Li Zhongming completely ignored them and continued to run happily. "Why are you running? Make a move and fight." Shimon-Dacheng said angrily, "Are you here to fucking race?" The moment he opened his mouth, Li Zhongming suddenly stopped and flipped his hand. Pooh! Another wave of white mist greeted him, and when this wave of white mist came, he pounced forward. Fist and leg met, and he exchanged a few blows with Shimon-Dacheng. Then, with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around to run again. Unfortunately, he ran a little too slowly. With a crack, one of his arms was broken by Shimon-Dacheng. Shimon-Dacheng gave chase again, but suddenly felt sleepy. As he ran, he couldn't help but yawn. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he didn't sleep well last night, he shouldn't be sleepy in the morning. Moreover, it was in this kind of fierce battle where his blood and chi were surging. He was thinking about it when suddenly, another wave of white mist rushed over. At this moment, Shimon-Dacheng was sure that this white mist wasn't poisonous. There was a high chance that it was just a trick. Without hesitation, he rushed through the white mist. With a flying kick, he kicked Li Zhongming, who was running in front of him, and sent him rolling on the ground. Then, he felt his head become foggy. He became more and more sleepy, and his eyelids were fighting. His head became more and more confused, and he became muddle-headed, so sleepy. As for Li Zhongming, who was in front of him, it was unknown when he started to show signs of drowsiness and confusion. Gradually, the two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing after the other, ran half a lap as if they were sleepwalking. They fell to the ground at the same time, sprawled out, and fell asleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions? 6 updates. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.